Nothing. We're not gonna block anything today because it's resistance. And nothing matters. It's all getting reset in 21 hours now? Yeah, it's 21 hours now. Oh, here we go. Perfect. It's locked, but we'll pop that. Not really looking at the moment on the road. I should probably pay attention. But I'm not. I'm not looking at the road. Alright, so apparently Ellie was saying that, so they went on cross country. They walked into Viper's Pit, and I guess they found a warden that they chit-chatted with. And they took a warden truck, and they brought him down to Blemish. I met him. It's hilarious. They're giving him a tour around the map, through all the different zones. And they had him at the church. They were doing diplomacy or something. That was a little bit ago, so I want to see if they're still doing that. You just gotta get down there. You want to be fast, fast, fast. Oh, there's a BB here. That wasn't there 5 minutes ago. Oh, it just got built. Oh, nice. Someone must be experimenting with how to build. And there are trucks just lined all over the place. And I'm running low on fuel now. If I remember right, I think the church is over this way. Because I did a video near it. So... ah, here's the church. Ah, damn. They're not here. Shame. At least I think this is this church they were talking about. This is the only one I know of, at least. Well, that's fine. I'm hoping these will become armored trolleys. When the train update comes out, that's gonna be so fucking funny. And he's having to lay down. Now then, let's see. How's the fuel tanker doing? It was empty. I don't know if anyone filled it yet. Nope. Alright, I have quite a bit of fuel that I was making. I filled up the one line with it, and now I gotta see if I can't. Alright, I got 72. That should be more than enough for now. Not like our tech matters. Alright, tanker's been refilled. What's with this truck's in here? It's locked. It's been there for a while. I may move it. Garage has a shit ton of B-mats in it. I'll just pop it and move it over into public parking. That way it's not in the way here. So when people pull out of the garage, they can just fill it. There we go. There we go. Oh, it's got one diesel. Okay, I'll just take this stuff and go put it in the stockpile. Don't really see the point of creating diesel if it only lets you create one. It's kind of nonsensical. There we go, a single diesel. There we go. Now then, now that that's gone, I can try and fit this here a bit better. Ah, there we go. Lovely. We got no Vicks. Oh, we got nothing. Does this have anything in it? Nope. Okay, I could go back up here. Yeah, okay, so that's getting salvaged. Did someone just take some out? Maybe.
We recaptured Claremore.
And they're taking... Okay, they're making some bunker bases. They're getting some experience. That respawn, but it's almost stripped. I stripped that. Partisans there. Nope. Comp mine's been refueled. That's fine, fine. Almost empty. That needs some fuel. That needs to be refueled. That's in the other region. Alright, so we'll take a trip down here. I don't know if there's a truck here or not. Don't know. How much fuel do I got left? I think I took all of it and I still have 30 minutes remaining for the rest of it. Okay, so it's gonna take a wee bit. Actually, you know what? Let me also grab the aluminum, even though we don't need it. I'll just move it to the EC so it gets it out of here. That way people can just straight up grab B-mats easily. Grab the iron as well. Grab everything we need. There we go. And we just do a little sneaky sneak. I don't think we're gonna be getting the gas before the Relic War starts. Oh shit, this has almost no fuel. Alright, I need to turn around and refuel. Well, just grab a fuel can from... oh, fuck. Right, yeah, that's why you don't do that. There we go, we'll top his off. And then we'll go take a look at the salvage mine down there and what it needs.
Boys, listen up.
I know what he was saying, boys about. Hey, Mitch, what's up? How goes it? Shit, I missed my turn. That's my turn. How you doing? Nice spin. I always miss that turn. Okay, now we'll just pop down, check how the diesel's doing. I mean, there's no rush to be on Foxhole. It's the it's resistance phase, so it's all again reset in 21 hours. Yeah, I'm still on Shard 2. But we lost the war. Sad, but we got triple nuked. But War 21 for Shard 2 is gonna be a relic war like on Shard 1. So everyone is kind of just taking it easy. I got on mainly just to promote some people up to officer in the regiment. Okay, good, there is a tanker here. And then other than that, I've just been chilling, filling up fuel trucks, doing just some calm and relaxing backline stuff. Oh, this has 57 fuel. Why has no one been stocking that? Let's take a look. So in a relic war, you get relics of the Great War. So you get like, think our Great War tanks, tractor tanks, stuff like that. We have access to. But you need special, what is it, relic materials or something to make them. So people kind of hoard the shit out of those. Other than that, I don't think there's much difference. I'm not sure if there's nukes or not, because obviously it's a relic war, so I don't know. Yeah, both sides get they're called like officer cars or something that people refer to them as, and they're basically like, what would they be? Volkswagen Beetles, I think is what that car would be called. I don't know cars. But yeah, thanks Mitch for popping by. Have fun at work. Take it easy. I'm just gonna go dump this stuff off and then I'm gonna go take a quick bathroom break. Should've done that before stream, but I wanted to go stream the diplomacy, but I missed it. I was too slow. Too slow indeed. Blem blem. I am skirting all over the place because I'm looking at my phone. Just got... Oh, did it respawn? Yeah, it did respawn. So I'll salvage here for a bit. I'll keep throwing in diesel, I think. Although, no, I should keep it private because it's faster to refuel diesel trucks with. I'd say I should toss it on public. I think I still got a decent amount of room, right? Okay. So let's see, this should give me... Oh, that's 32. That's 40. Alright, so I'll lock my truck, dump my stuff into the refinery, mainly into diesel, and then I'll go... I'll just park, and then go for our bathroom break, and then come back. I don't really know what other mines need fuel at the moment. We'll keep EMATs going. There's a set to my private, but I'll dump it all into public here in a bit. Same with BMATs, we'll get those going. That way there's just a large reserve. And again, rest there. Alrighty, well I'll be back in just a few after I come back from the bathroom. Alright, I'll be right back everyone. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. That was a nice quick bathroom break. Oh, I probably should have grabbed myself a milk while I was out. Nah, it's fine. I'll grab it later. I think I should be fine for the moment. Alrighty. Now then, I think we're gonna walk down to the salvage mine so I can go reclaim the other truck that's down there. Oh, I had some in my inventory still. Oop. I was facing the wrong way for what I thought I was at. Always be wary of other people. Alright, let's see, 32. That should, yeah, okay, go perfectly into that. Someone left 300 salvage, we got 73, so that should be enough for quite a bit. Alright, so now we just gotta... I don't know what the fuck he's doing there. Just gotta wander our way back down there. Well. I don't know why that well is walled off. Alright, now we just have a bit of a hike. I was thinking about walking in the center of the road, but I feel like that would get me run over. Oh, someone's doing base building. Trying out base building? Alright, you must be watching a video or something. What's the meta for base building again? Is it groups of 3 and sets of 3? So like the bunker base should always just be 6 or 9, I think. And then if you want to do a group of garrisons, it should always be 3 or 6. 3, 6, or 9, I think. I'm gonna have to check back up on that. I can't remember if that's still the meta or if they changed it. Am I still an officer cadet? No, I am. And I have 40 commends to give out. Did I pass? Okay, now it's still a ways up. There we go. If I will walk 3 more steps, I will have gotten the name drop. I'll walk on this side of the fence in case someone careens off the road and tries to ram into me. The fence will stop them. I don't know why, but I always notice people, even on a straight fucking road, if you're walking on the side of the road, give yourself like 5 feet of space, because people seem to go after you if you're on the side of the road. Mind you, on the flip side, I remember when I first started to play driving Logi trucks, I had people that were walking on the side of the road, and as I started to drive by, they'd run in front of my truck. Yes, this is a mine. Oh shit. Oh, I went to the wrong one. I'm supposed to go down there. Oh, fuck. Well, I'll refuel that while I'm here. Alright, so yeah, just direct southwest, basically. Southwest, slightly south. That should have me on a direct course. Yeah, pretty much. Well, now we get more walking time, walking and talking just through the fields of quietness. The Blemish Olindia Fields. I'm not sure if you can disable that or not. It would be nice if you could, because that's like like if I use the end map, if I cover the things, I'm perfectly fine. The only thing left that kind of gives away where I am if we're ever doing something is those pop-ups. I'm still ages away. I hope someone doesn't take the truck that was there. I mean, worst comes to worst, I just take a diesel truck. I take it, bring it back to the refinery, fill it of diesel, dump my stuff in the town hall, and then just, I was gonna say kill myself. There's no way I can kill myself out here unless I also brought a grenade, which is kind of just counterintuitive, when I could just redeploy. Actually, is there a kill button? No, I don't think there is. Okay, almost there. How much you want to bet as soon as I get to the mine, someone runs me over that was going to the mine? That would be so fucking funny. Alright, there we go. Durka Quaffs. How's everyone's day been? I have today off. I work tomorrow. The war starts tomorrow. That's a relic war as well. So I'm hoping to get on after work. I finish at 2. The relic war, I think it's starting around noon or something. So it should only be going on for a few hours at that point. Ah, they did leave some B-mats in there. You know what? Let me take this and just build a watchtower here. That way I can tell at a glance whether or not the mine has a diesel tanker at it or not. Okay, so around here-ish. Bang, bang, bingy, bang. I wonder if you could launch a nuke in Resistance. Has anyone done that before? I mean, it takes so fucking long to get all the resources. Although, like they say, it's better to have 1,000 people fire 1 bullet than 1 person fire 1,000 bullets. There we go. Let's move this back into its rest position. There we go. Swap back over to the driver's seat. I do like how the salvage pours out into a wheelbarrow. It's so silly. There we go. And here's this perfectly good truck that I left here. Now then, how is this tanker doing on fuel, actually? Because I should check while I'm here. Because I think each one of these ticks is 1 thin of diesel? Maybe? I'm not sure. Okay, no, it's a lot more than that. What the fuck? That's so random. That was fucking random. Which one was that at? Oh, yeah. Hmm. Wow. Oh, he's still playing. Or he's still AFK, rather. Also, I thought that was just someone pulling up an Odyssey. Man, imagine playing Resistance and actually trying to try hard Partisan. Also, when I saw Warren, I thought it was the one Ellie had brought over earlier and was given a tour all around the place. I was gonna say hi to him, and then he murdered me. Well, that's sad. Do I just keep following this road? Yeah, okay, I keep following this road. Oh, there's a fucking hauler here. That's random. Oh, we were nuked 4 times, wow. Where am I going for my mine? Okay, I have to hook a left. Right now. Is he just over here? Yeah, okay, he is. Oh, there's also some bushes for me. Oh, he took out my vehicle. What a dick. Oh yeah, I don't have a radio. What's honestly the point of that? Oh, okay, so it only takes a 10 to keep it going. Yeah, Shard 2 supremacy. Do I have a town hall here? Oh yeah, there's one. Let's see, here's the town hall. I think I can hear him driving around. Actually, let's just have grenades. You know me and my HE rushes. I enjoy them. Let's pull these out, put those in. There we go. I wish there was a way to pick up all of them. Well, I'll just submit everything. I can pull it all out later. It sounds like I can hear his engine just outside of my hearing range. I'll keep us going. I wonder how much salvage is inside of it now. Well, I need to get another tanker. Alright, this is almost done. There we go. 1.6 thousand. Wow, look at that. That warden wasted time, resources, and well, basically just his own time. He did no lasting damage. We got all the resources back, all the fuel went to the salvage mine. It just wasted some of my time, which I don't really care about, because it's resistance. The fuck? Man's walking around, or driving around Blemish in an MG Jeep. Alright, I'll throw those back in. Let's grab a radio just so we can keep on top of what's going on sometimes. And then, well, we gotta go find a new truck. Doing that salvage mine. Oh, okay, so he went over there. Oh, he's learning how to build, okay. That one's good on fuel. This is fine on fuel. That one's fine. One's fine. I might press CV over there just to get that so we have vision. Just because I like having vision, I like seeing what's going on. Oh, there seems to be a truck or something over here actually. Oh, it's just a crane. Alright, yeah, nothing else. So I gotta walk my ass. Let's head over to the salvage field. Is that just direct west? No, kinda. Yeah, direct west. Let's see, usually there's always a truck or so left parked around. Maybe not this time. Well, I guess I can go visit him. Do these cornfields hide you? Oh, they do. I couldn't remember if they did or not. Too bad that you can't like crouch and stay hidden moving through them. Because if like a tank or something comes by, you have to stand there and just basically hope they don't drive through your particular patch. And if you move, you're fucked, which is kind of stupid. Oh, can I not climb over these fences? Really? They don't even see that high. I mean, comes up to, I don't know, chest or neck level, it looks like. Alright, so now I gotta find a break in the fence. Looks like, yeah, here we go. I think this is the road I had to get on anywho. Yep. Let's see, his bunker base should be somewhere around here. Okay, this is half decent. He has no extra
Just
shovel.
fucking around at the moment.
Yeah, no, it's all good.
If you want the Jeep, it's in the back. I'll unlock it for you.
Oh, it's all good. I was gonna grab a shovel and help you.
Oh, I didn't bring extra.
Alright, well, I'll go run up, get some. Did this have some shovels? No. That has some shovels? No. Shovels? No. Shovels? 10. No. 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 Well, I can run up the road, which would be faster. To go Blem Blem or go here then across? It would be faster just to go here. And then, do we have any shovels anywhere? I don't think we actually do. Oh, that one has some. Okay. Well, let's head northeast. I'm not even reading the chat. What the fuck's going on? Someone's talking about... People are talking about how fucking toxic the game is? Yeah, fuck, it's this fence. I know, complaining that someone was putting up signs around BMAT, or Blemish, Waste, and BMATs is like such a non-issue. Unless it was like 30,000 signs. Alright, so here, and then hook a left, and then just straight all the way. Oh, there was that hauler hidden in the bushes. Where was that? I think that was up here and left? Or was it down on the right? Fuck, what side was it? Okay, there's some bushes here on the right. I remember it was in a bush. I don't know how far down it was. Okay, I don't think it was that far down. Oh wait, shit. I just realized I passed it. No, okay, so it's in one of these bushes. Oh, oh no, it's unlocked, that's right. I don't need a wrench. Where is it? Because it's hidden decently well. There it is. There was a guy sleeping here earlier. But when he respawns, he's no longer sleeping there, so he's gonna respawn at the town hall anyway. So may as well bring this into town. Okay, and then hook a left, and the shovels I needed were at the northern safe house. So it should be over here, and then hook a right here. It should be, yeah, right here. Here we go. I'm sorry, what? Why am I hopping that wall so easily? Alright, so I'll grab a couple shovels and bring them down for him. I forgot how long it takes to pull shovels for some reason. Okay. I just had to do some stuff on Discord. Now, what's the fastest route back down there? So these here. Yeah, okay. Or I could go this way and down. I think it might be faster. Yeah, okay, I think it might be faster. Go out that way. Oh, that was Q, not A. Oh, there's a little... Is that a bike? Yeah, there is a bike there. Okay, and it was past the comp field, and then hook a left. I love how fast the Atlas flies when it has no load. Like, you don't really think that's going very fast until it just zips by. She's a quick little boy. That was just a mishmash of fucking pronouns there. Oh shit. Stay on this road, not the other one. I'll have to change to a dirt road now. I can't even afford to pave down here. Tisk tisk. Shit. Like I said, it's too fast. It's better than the Sipsy. Or at least it's faster than the Sipsy. Let's keep out the B mats. Submit that. Submit that. Alright, that gives us enough room for everything. Oh, I didn't leave myself one. Oh, he got all this built fast. Why does it feel like everyone else can dig faster than I do? There we go. Alright, I knew he was doing back here as well. How close is he to get in rifle? Oh, he has rifle. Mm-hmm. Dig, 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 dig. Okay, thank you, game. Yum yum. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I learned that tip from the 13th. How's everyone doing today? Building is such a hassle. I really wish they add a digger at some point. Mm-hmm. Down, down, now, 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 wow, wow. I like how they're trying to figure out what went wrong this war, and it's like, nothing really necessarily went wrong. It took 4 fucking nukes for us to be put down. That's insane. Alright, let's see how he's doing. Yeah, that needs a couple more upgrades. Oh, also, you have rifle now.
Oh, thanks. I grabbed one after I died. I might have killed that partisan, but he got me bleeding.
No, I meant we
So I
have
had to come
rifle
back.
unlocked.
Oh, good.
No, I sadly didn't bring a rifle. Sadly not. I will slowly work towards small garrison. Kind of annoys me that this is wounded, so. Is this just a T1 bunker? I think that's T1. It looks to be T1. Mm-hmm. No, I'm not sure what he's doing. Wait, did he put an upgrade on the inside? Or is he put, oh, he's putting doors. I see. He's gonna put doors between all these so you can run between them. Even though typically you don't want to do that. Can't remember, can you do these corner pieces? No, you can't do them as garrisons. This would be good for like a single thunderbolt or even multiple if you put another one of these like here and here. And you had 3 thunderbolts here and you had a crew of people moving around, grabbing, you know, going through here, grabbing the ammo from the bunker base, bringing it back. It would work. I know what that dude's on about. And I guess he's gonna do fire imports on all these. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Can I really not? Oh no, okay, he hadn't done it yet, never mind. Thought for a second I couldn't shoot out there. Yeah, I don't really like fire imports. I mean, they're okay, but I don't like them myself, personally. Hey. Not sure what his plan is now, if he's gonna do fire imports on the inside or what he's doing. See, this here isn't too bad. If you did this rectangle one here as maybe an MG or a rifle, and then have these two as fire imports, normal ass infantry could support it. Yeah, it's an alright construction for first time. Couple things that I personally wouldn't do myself though. Oh, and I need to check some thingy things. No, so commander just puts them in charge. So I only have officer members and commanders. Manta. Ba da 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 ba 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 ba. I think I might finish streaming Foxhole in a bit. What game should I swap to? I'm not sure. Maybe more Warhammer? Well, today's Sunday. I may just call it a night at 6. It's a decent stream, methinks. Oh god. Just looking at my chat viewers, it's just filled with bots. I'm gonna have to go through that later. So, do you know how to do rifle garrisons?
Not entirely.
Here, I can show you. Alright, since you slap doors on everything, we won't be able to put any of them here, but we'll just do a quick extension out the back. Alright, let's go here. Come on, build, you fuck. There we go. And another bunker. So right now, this is kind of the meta, which is 3 groups, and on the left and right you would have rifle, and in the center it's just a normal piece.
Alrighty.
Can you just step back? There we go. So simply, to build rifle garrisons, once you have it teched at the bunker base, it needs to be connected by a trench to the bunker base.
I got that part down. I'm just not aware of the building meta, and I didn't want to waste the time or resources during the last war.
Yeah, no, it's always good. Resistance is like the best time to learn how to build because everywhere is clear and there's no bases already existing.
Yeah, as soon as I realized our progress here wouldn't be carried over to the next war, I just kind of figured, hey, time to learn to build.
Yeah, it's honestly one of the best times to learn. So typically when we build bases, we want to avoid doors and such, because the way you built it, this would be nice for like a backline arty base, but for a front line, if a warden got inside, they could then run into the bunker base itself and be basically untouchable.
Yeah, that's kind of the thought process I had when trying to plan this place. Definitely not a frontline thing.
Yeah, although eventually all bases become front line with enough time.
Yeah. I was in Longstone when that was crumbling.
Oh boy.
We were trying to prepare for a third invasion to gold,
Is that when the nuke dropped?
I was offline when the nuke dropped, but got on afterwards.
Oh, that's no good. Damn wardens nuking us.
We only got one nuke off on them as well, which is unfortunate.
Did we actually get a nuke off? I thought they all failed.
No, we got one. We got one of their nuke sites up northwest.
Oh no, that if it's a red, that just means it fired.
Ah,
Once you use a nuke, you can't use it again, so it goes red and it's permanently disabled.
good to know. So we have limited shots.
Yep, each nuke site you get one shot. That's why when people talk about nuke sites or where to nuke, they're very anal about where it should go.
Makes more sense.
And that's why clans tend to claim the rocket sites.
Yeah, the Navy, our regiment had a base in Whitewick, and the 13th was claiming the rocket site over in Westgate.
Yeah, sadly, after a few failed attempts at the rocket launch, they kind of decided to migrate over to Shard 1 and left everything to us.
That's what it felt like towards the end of the war. A lot of people just left.
Yeah, so this is a rifle, 2 rifle garrisons or any upgrade, so like machine gun, AT, blah blah blah, cannot be placed directly next to each other. That's why you need the one in the center to break them apart.
Alrighty.
And then the rifle is considered to be the best one out of all of them because it can fire on every side of the square, so it has a full 360-degree fire.
Even when it's inside a bunker. Like, say you put a door on this bunker here, a warden runs in, they can get shot by these two.
In that case, I don't think so. But typically, we're not going to be putting doors on these centerpieces because you can do something else instead. Something super stupid that I didn't realize you could do.
Put upgrades in them.
Yep, as long as you upgrade to tier 2, you don't put a door on it, you can still somehow put an upgrade inside of it. I gotta grab more BMATs. Not too many more. I don't want to use all his BMAX. I'll just show him one other tip. Let's see, do we have a grenade available? There we go. Fuck, we do not. That's sad. Unless there's one in the crate, but I don't think there's any in the crate. So the last meta tip I'll show you for rifle garrisons is, so you know how people love to throw grenades at them?
Yeah.
What you do is you would hold a grenade yourself on top of the rifle, right click and see where its line is, and roughly come to where it is, and make sure that you're
Place
not
some
in
barbed
range.
wire.
Yeah. So around here.
Just that grenade.
Actually, that might be too close, but you get the gist of it.
Yeah.
When I made the holdfast base between the cliffs, so many wardens were killed because I put some rifles in between the cliffs and then barbed wire further down the cliff, and they just couldn't get close enough to take care of the barbed wire or the rifles.
So it was your regiment that built up all those defenses along there, yeah?
A good amount of them. I built the entire base that was west of Holdfast, just at the comp field, and then we kind of adopted the base that was at Knight's Edge. That way we could stop parties.
Yeah, because we were trying to patrol the waters in Westgate there with our Amtraks. Did a good job at harassing the gunboats and destroying what barges we could to try and prevent those landings.
Yeah, the good news was any landings that did happen by Westgate, they were mopped up pretty quickly by the defenses in our QRF. It's just when they landed a couple tanks that things got dicey.
Yeah, we tried intercepting one barge that had a heavy tank destroyer on it, but a gunboat ran us off, and when we came back, the TD was looking straight at us, so we just had to flee.
Yeah, and then at one point, just some friends of Wardens, they weren't in a clan or anything, they invaded with a silver hand, and then we took it from them, so that was fun.
Yeah, in the second landing up in Gold, we found a heavy tank destroyer and a silver hand. Just abandoned from the first invasion, I guess.
Yeah,
We
they
managed
tend to
get
do
them
that a
out
lot.
before the ground. Unfortunately, that second landing up at Gold turned into Lord of the Flies real quick after the Warden counterattacked us.
Is that the one that involved the white whale?
I think so.
Yeah, I heard bits and pieces of how that went.
I and two other people were some of the last people to make it out of there alive. The other two people, however, shot at anyone that came near our boat.
Sounds
Even
about
shot
right.
the guy who built it. One of them died to a Warden foxhole, though, so that was karma.
It's always foxholes.
Yeah, the entire path up to Gold was undefended. The only thing that shot at us was that single foxhole.
I picked up the B-mats that were on the ground.
Alrighty.
There we go. So yeah, as you can see, these are these small flags. They're kind of patchy and such. When you get AI, they'll become full flags, and that's how you know if defenses are online or not. So if you're approaching a Warren base, if you can kind of get a look at the flags, always pay attention if they're small or big ones.
That part I did know. We need, what, small garrison for these to activate without constant activity over here?
Yeah, so provisional, I think it's 5 to 7 people need to have their base set, or their spawn set here, and they'll be turned on. Small, they just need to be provided garrison supplies.
Alright, good to know.
And then just a large garrison just makes them cheaper to maintain, and that's it. Oh, it also lets you upgrade the bunker base itself to concrete.
How much, like, garrison supplies or bunker supplies do each bunker or each, like, foxhole, say, take up?
I'm not
Is there a
sure the
num-
exact amount. Not too much typically. Like the entire base we had over at Westhold only took up 26 garrison supplies per hour. But I've seen some bases that they eat up like 300 G-subs per hour.
I imagine that's a lot of those concrete, like, monoliths. Like the one
Most
up in
likely.
Westgate.
Yeah, the 13th base at Westgate, my god.
I mean, it helped us when we were fucking tug of warring over Kingstone all those times.
Yeah, it's really good it was there, but then when they all left, they handed it over to us to maintain, and it was just too large and then started to decay.
And I imagine the wardens flanking around the east side didn't really help the situation.
Yeah, I still find that hilarious. They nuked Lawnstone, they still couldn't break through the fortress even though it was half destroyed, so they had to go around it.
Built pretty well.
Yeah, it also had the high ground advantage.
Yeah, that's the only thing I think that kind of kept us in that area was that high ground advantage.
Yeah, I'm kind of sad that there wasn't really a base built over in the east side of the region.
We had something built in Lord's Mouth and the Lost Pavilion area, but we just didn't have anyone that seemed to defend those areas.
So once the Warden onslaught started, there was no stopping.
Plus, it didn't help the fact that to the east of those two locations, the Wardens just kept sending partisans down that way into the Blemish area to fuck with our logistics.
Yeah. Well, hopefully this next war, I think people realized how much we need backline bases to kind of defend Logi routes.
I mean, people started building up like the Heartlands area, but too little too late.
Yeah, and once that nuke came in, it was basically game over.
So what exactly did they nuke? I know they nuked the Baths and they nuked Longstone. Did they end up nuking Blemish?
Yeah, they nuked Blemish and they nuked one other place, Herman's Rest, over in Umbral Wildwood. So they basically did a check mark of nukes. And they got all 4 nukes off. The Bath, Lawnstone, Blemish, Herman's Rest, and that was it.
I imagine if they wanted to, they could have just held off for a bit and used the nuke sites we hadn't used to continue to nuke us.
Probably, but every time you nuke a town hall, it removes the victory point from the game. So at the start of a game, when no nukes are in play, you need 19 victory points to win. Last I checked, when we were fighting them, it was 15 them to 8 us or something. So them nuking 4 places just deleted 4 victory points and let them win. Actually, I don't think they hit the Lawnstone Town Hall.
It seems like they were a lot more coordinated than us.
Yeah, well, supposedly some Shard 1 Warden clans came over to Shard 2. Main one being Siege.
So we were pretty much the new people getting into the game facing against veterans.
Pretty much. There was some memes about it though, because in the Colonial Shard 2 High Discord, we were making memes about Siege, that they got their asses kicked on Shard 1, so they had to come to Shard 2, then got their asses kicked again.
Well, hopefully we can coordinate a bit better and rectify the last war.
Yeah. Well, we have the Kali High Command for Shard 2 now, so our regiments are going to be coordinating a bit better. Also, just people have more experience, and we're going into a relic war, so we're going to have a lot of slower, heavier duty vehicles now.
Yeah, what's the difference between that? Just since the last war was my first war.
So a relic war is a special event war where we use technology from the Great War. So think of like the land ship tanks from World War One.
Yep.
And that's basically it. We have those tanks, a few vehicles. I don't think we have any weapon differences that I know of.
So small arms are unchanged. It's mainly just vehicle change.
As far as I recall, yes.
All right, that's going to be interesting. I take it that means we won't have much opportunities to do amphibious landings, like say with the Amtrex and whatnot. By the way, how frequent are the snowstorms anyway?
Um, sorry, I was AFK for a moment, but I heard you mention something earlier about the half tracks and Amtracks or something.
Yeah, no, I was just curious if we're still going to be able to use those for amphibious operations.
I'm not entirely sure, because Relic Wars, I don't think they're meant to take place. Like, during the Great War, we just resurface and reuse the technology. So I think later down the tree, we do get our half-tracks and Spathas and Falchions and everything back, but I'm not sure.
All right.
And then the point on the snowstorms, though the devs kind of pick during the war whether or not winter is turned on or not, and then they kind of decide when winter actually sets in. So this war that just happened, we had winter twice actually. I remember the memes about it because the first day of the war there was a blizzard in Fearmore, which basically killed everyone on both sides because no one knew how to deal with it. And then roughly 2.5 weeks later into the war, because this war was 30 days long, there was a second winter.
Yeah, because I got a chance to experience part of it in Fearmore. I also got to experience the mud effect in the Gallows, which was fun.
Fuck the mud. No one likes mud.
But yeah, that's why fun's in quotations.
Yeah. Oh, my homies hate mud more than winter.
I'd rather freeze than deal with fucking mud.
Yeah, pretty much. I can't remember if you can also have mud effects in the winter or not. I'm not sure.
Be a bit brutal if you could.
Yeah, you're too slow, you can't get to the fire and you freeze to death.
Also, do all the vehicles have a chance to freeze up in a snowstorm, or just bicycles is the one I heard?
So every vehicle can freeze if they're left unattended and not near a fire for long enough. So with trucks and such, I think it's like maybe 3 to 5 minutes. If they're left alone, not running somewhere not near fire, they'll freeze after 3 to 5 minutes.
And the solution to rectifying that issue would be just build a fire next to it?
Yepper deppers. But as long as you're in the truck or it's running while you're in like a snowstorm area, it won't freeze.
Alright, that's definitely good to know.
Yeah, so if you want to make sure your truck's not gonna freeze, it's always good to like occasionally hop in it and just like do a donut or something.
Also, I was seeing in the chat, in the last war, what's the difference between our two tanks, the Spada and the Falcon, or Falchion?
So the difference is I think one is considered to be a light tank and the other one's a heavier tank. I want to say the Spatha also has an MG while the Falchion doesn't, or maybe it's the other way around, I'm not sure. I haven't played much with either of them, so I don't really know what the main differences are.
I just kept seeing people saying the Spada was better.
It may be better in terms of how much damage it can take, but in hands of noobs it may be better to go with the cheaper one so we can field more. But also, I noticed we had like no fucking tank destroyers. We had a couple Scorpions early on, but then they stopped being produced for some reason.
One big issue with the tanks I noticed was people would drive them up to the front, leave them unlocked, go off, do something, and then a warden would come running with nothing in his inventory, jump in the tank, and steal it.
Yeah, so people thought they were helping by delivering tanks to front lines that needed them, and then thinking the front line would sort out a crew for them, but it's always best to kind of get at least one or two people lined up for a tank before they get there, or else it just happens to sit there and then get taken.
Yeah, because in Kingstone, one of the times we were pushed back, I found 2 tanks left like that. And I was just playing as a medic, so I took myself off the front line just to pull those things back into the keep.
Yeah, so like at the start of the war, I remember when we were first pushing into Kinstone, we had just unlocked their 30 mil tankettes, and someone had brought like 5 down, and they were all in front of the Kinstone Town Hall for people to use. But then we started getting pushed back again, and no one was able to get the tankettes out of there, so we lost like 5 or 6 30 mil tankettes because they were just left there.
I think honestly, in the last war, I fought more of our tanks than any of the Silver Hands or the Warden tanks.
Honestly, I noticed that too. The Warrens had so many of our tanks.
Like, even up in Gold, there was an absurd amount of our own hardware up there fighting us when we were doing those landings.
Well, the one thing I remember, I think it was the 13th or the 80th, I can't remember, but it was at the bridge at Gallows. The bridge was out, and they were in a Spatha, I think. They drove it up to the bridge, and were like, the bridge is out, get back. And then they go, oh, we ran out of fuel, and they both jumped out of the tank and just ditched it. Needless to say, with the tank sitting there, the Wardens pushed us back, repaired the tank, and then used it to blow away our defenses.
Sounds like something that the 80th would do.
Yeah, I think there were new players as well. I think one was a private, one was a sergeant, if I remember correctly, but that was like 2 weeks ago or something.
I do feel bad for the 80th, though, them getting tucked out of their naval invasion up in what? The Spade?
Something like that. I know they had 2 or 3 different naval invasions planned over the entirety of the war, and I don't think any of them really got off.
I got to see their staging because they staged in Longstone and over in Wyatt Wick, and they had a lot of hardware with them that they took up there. Like 5 times the amount we took to Gold, and they didn't last very long, unfortunately.
Yeah, I just think maybe there wasn't enough coordination, or maybe there wasn't enough diversity in the equipment they brought. Maybe if they brought all Spartas and the Wardens just came over with their heavy tank destroyers, that would just be game over.
From what I saw, they had Spartas and a few of the TDs and a few armored cars, I want to say. But I think it was just the nuke going off and them being unable to spawn up there that cost all that equipment.
Well, sometimes that happens.
Unfortunately so. Also, in I'm butchering all these names, by the way. In Citra, a logistical town in the Great March.
Oh, Citria, yeah.
Yeah, before we lost, I noticed there was like a shit ton of tanks in that storage depot. Any clue on why that was?
So I know, because early on, like a week before Blemish got nuked, we kind of knew Blemish would get nuked. So my Reggie, and I think 2 other Reggies, started to evacuate our thins over into Citria.
Alright.
And then also, just because of how Citria is, it usually has a shit ton of component fields. So that place just becomes like tank production central. 1, 2, 3.
I also noticed there was a lot of components in Shackled Chasm. That's where I did most of my grinding for when I built the tanks we used up in gold.
Where the fuck is Shackle Chasm? Yeah.
Also, it seems like the resources move around a bit, like the fields.
Yeah, well, the fields get randomized and changed every war, so they're already different to how they were during the actual war. At least I think. I don't remember this layout.
Yeah, I can see that because the component field I grinded is no longer there.
Yeah, I don't know why they bother changing it for resistance.
Maybe it's just part of the programming. They don't want to change it.
Maybe, or maybe it's the layout for the next war. Who knows?
By the way, do people actually take this like phase of the war, I guess we could call it, seriously?
Some people do, because obviously you have new people joining that don't know what's going on, and they just get told this is resistance phase, no one cares, and they're confused. And then other people, for them, the game never ends, so they're just constantly going at it. Kind of like that partisan that showed up back here. I was just at the salvage mine, and they pulled up and killed me, and then destroyed the fuel truck at the mine, and then my truck as well when I came back.
You know, I was running to the bathroom and I just came back right as he was pulling up, got out, jumped on his gun. I switched to driver's seat, pulled up the pistol, shot at him. Thankfully, killed him in just one clip.
Yeah, I honestly don't know why the fuck that dude was tryharding so much.
I didn't kill him straight away. He was downed. Didn't have my mic plugged in, so I just typed in local FU, just shot him.
Oh, well, wardens can't hear local voice chat anyway.
Good to know.
Yeah, there is an option though, like in voice options, if I recall, that says like enemy voice chat or something, but as far as I can tell, the setting doesn't do anything.
Wait a minute. No, they can hear us, I think, because I captured 2 wardens last war up in Gallows. And one of them seemed to heard me when I told him I was going to do some things to him. But then told him I'd see if he could float in the water. He seemed to respond to that.
Oh, I don't know then. Because I have it so I should be able to hear enemy players, but I never have once.
They might just be disciplined enough not to talk into local close to our lines.
I doubt it. Who
Or
knows?
they just don't talk.
Fucking baby eaters, their mouths are too full with babies.
Exactly.
Man, I can't wait for Halloween, because Halloween should be either the mech event or the zombie event.
I saw something briefly before we lost Westgate about that. So, what are the zombies like anyway?
I haven't played the zombie mode myself. I haven't played any of the events. This is gonna be my first Relic War, but I know quite a bit about them. Zombie mode, I have no idea how the fuck that works. I guess just the zombies run around with melee, and if you get killed by them, you join them or something.
Sounds terrifying.
It most likely is. And then the mech event is both sides have their own custom designed mechs that they get to research and then produce and use.
I did see a few of those mech pictures while browsing the Foxhole wiki, just trying to see what stuff did what.
I know, it's such a tease. I saw those as well and I went, wait, the game has fucking mechs and then it's reserved only to Halloween events.
I also saw we have battle tanks, and I went to see if I could build one, and I saw we didn't have access to them. I assume they were removed or something.
Yeah, they were removed a while ago for balance reasons, but supposedly for this next update or the one after it, because this update is the first half of the 1.0 update, and then there should be another one during the winter or something for the second half of the 1.0 update, and one of them should be adding mainline battle tanks back into the game.
Alright, that's gonna be interesting and also a clusterfuck on the roads.
Oh yeah, also trains. They're adding trains into the game.
I wonder how that's gonna work.
No one knows for certain yet, but everyone just knows it's gonna be interesting.
But now I'm curious if it's gonna be like the structures where there's a set rail line on stations, or if people can build their own like custom rail lines.
I think they'll
To like
probably
a
be set in stone rail lines, most likely, but then people have to rebuild them afterwards.
that makes sense. Give the partisans another target.
Yeah, kind of like how at the start of the war you have to rebuild every mine around the map.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, so if you look, there's a mine here that hasn't been built yet. I think it's the sulfur one. Yeah, so if you look at the sulfur mine up in the breach, it has no intel because it just hasn't been built.
Uh,
But I think every other mine, for the most part, has been built in the Blemish region.
it seems like it.
I think I'll go for a little bit longer because I want to talk to this dude more. He seems like a swell lad.
Also, in your opinion, what's the best AT weapon for infantry use?
Oh, that's hard to say. Um,
Because I saw a lot of Ignifists being transported around, but they didn't seem to really do much against the Silver Hands.
no, they don't do that much damage. The ATRPG is better against the Silverhands, I think, but I think they're wildly more expensive to produce, which is why we don't usually see too many of them on the field.
Yeah, because I know the tubes cost RMATs, and I don't remember what the cost for the ammunition was.
I'm not sure if it's heavy EMATs or not. I wouldn't be surprised if it is.
It's it's not heavy EMATs because I was able to build quite a few for the Keep and Kingstone when we pushed that, but I just didn't have enough for the launchers.
Yeah, that's the one issue is usually people don't want to put the RMATs into the launchers. They'd rather just put it into a tank.
If that's the case, then I think the next war I might shift my focus from supplying RMATs for vehicles to just infantry AT.
Yeah. Though, mind you, sticky grenades are really good just because you can produce so many of them and you can just spam them so easily.
Yeah, but then the problem becomes trying to get to the tank close enough.
Yeah, well, the one good thing is, typically most of the time the tanks have been pushing without infantry support.
Yeah, thankfully so.
But then once you track the tank, you just have some people grab some gas grenades and then just gas out the crew, and then you have a tank.
As long as one of them has a wrench and doesn't die with it.
Yeah, well, even then you can just grab it and shove it in, or unlock it, and then yoink it.
Yeah, because from my experience, there was a lot of fights where the enemy had tanks and we had little to no AT support, just infantry.
Yeah, I noticed that AT doesn't typically get produced until it's needed, which probably is not the case. That should be happening.
Yeah, by the time it's needed, it starts getting produced and it's too late.
The one thing that I have been seeing a push for is like the quartermaster here in Blemish that handles the technology, also to do like quotas of things to have stored in the Blemish stockpile in case they're needed. We can just ship them straight out and there's no need for production time. That seems kind of helpful.
It really does. By the way, how does that tech stuff work with the iron and aluminum?
So basically, once you have enough, so for level 1, I think it's 200 or 300 iron for vehicles, and level 1 is 100 aluminum. Once you have enough, you just click on the picture of the one you want, and then it'll give you a prototype kit, which lets you build early versions of the weapons or vehicles.
All right. I wasn't too sure and was curious how that worked, but I didn't want to get shot for going near the engineering center, thinking I was a warden, alt, or spy something.
Nah, typically if there's a quartermaster there, they'll sit in a truck, and we put all the mats into the truck and we have it locked. That way, even if someone comes up and checks the EC, we have no worries. They can't take anything.
All right, that's good to know.
But how tech works is, so every time you successfully research something, for vehicles it usually does it like 5 or 10% at a time. For weapons it's 2 to 3% at a time. It fucking takes forever. Once once one of the two options has reached over 50%, it doesn't matter which one is teched more. The one that has more put into it will be unlocked anyway. So as long as it reaches 100% researched across the two options in that one tier, the highest one will be the one chosen to be unlocked.
All right, I think I understand that.
Yeah, so I think this time, the first time around with weapons tech, we went shotguns, and we put basically everything into shotguns. But the one below that, we went, I think, 30-70. So we got 30 of the one weapon, so we have some prototypes of it and we can use it. And then the rest into the other one that we want to fully unlock. Hi, kitty. How you doing, kitten? And then same thing goes with vehicles.
All right.
And then everything to the right of the little line you see is auto-teched when either of the choices are made.
All right, so like the AT turrets, I saw those in there as well.
Yeah, those will typically be auto-teched. Kitty. Most building things are usually auto-teched. Yeah, I don't think any like construction or building things are locked behind choices. Usually it's only weapons. Okay.
And what's the usual like tech route that people want to go when researching stuff? Because I know a lot of people wanted sniper rifles, but we didn't have those unlocked.
So every war, the technology and where it's placed and what it's up against is completely random. So last war, sniper rifles were like tech 5 of infantry weapons, but this time around it was the last tech in the tree, so we weren't able to get snipers on the field anytime soon. But typically, depending on what's up against, we make the choice of which would be the better option. Usually it's pretty easy because some of the choices are laughably stupid. Fuck, what was the one this war? It was a weapon tech. Or no, it was vehicle tech. We had... What was it? It was an amphibious half-track versus one of the tanks, or half-tracks. And then the next tier, it was the amphibious half-track with a machine gun on it versus just a normal plain half-track. So obviously we went with the first one for the mortar half-track, and then the second one just the APC.
Yeah, I noticed a lot of people were not happy when they got the message that that Amtrak was researched.
Yeah, well, it's because there was 2 Amtraks right at, like, it was one, then the next one next tier. So we figured, oh, we'll get one, and then we'll get the other option. So we have one of each. Although I noticed we barely used them.
Honestly, the only people I saw using it was people in my regiment, the Navy Regiment, which I joined towards the end of the war. Unfortunately, they abandoned ship and jumped over to Shard 1. I think I'm the only one from the regiment on here still.
Oh. Oh, poor dude. Yeah, the only time that I saw the Amtraks being used is when they pile people into the back of them and just floor them into the enemy lines, and they just throw gas grenades and grenades in every direction.
You know, we were using them out of Wywick to patrol the Westgate area, try and support the bridge and stop people from landing in Holdfast. But it
Yeah,
was mainly just a driver and a gunner.
I assume you guys are also the ones that kept retaking Handsome Hideaway.
No, that was a Russian regiment, the RU guys.
Ah,
We did our best to try and take out the gunboats by throwing gas or HE grenades at them, like drive-bys. But it was mainly just harassment and destroying sea logistics the wardens had out there.
yeah, that's still a good duty, because it just fucks up the wardens more and more.
Plus, if there was a landing like at Zeus's demise, we'd try and go out and take down their barges that were bringing troops or supplies in.
Oh god, I remember when they kept landing at Holdfast a couple times. Oh, I remember the one. It was Night's Edge, actually. Someone yelled that there was a partisan half-track there, so I ran over, went to the beach, found their barge, locked it behind them, and they were trying to escape as I was throwing gas grenades at them, and they couldn't leave. So then I just kind of, me and my Reggie just slowly tracked them down as they were trying to flee down the beach and just trying to find a barge to escape on. And then we killed them and took the half track.
Those poor bastards. I remember driving by and seeing that half track sitting there like, oh, hey,
It was
we
so
should take
fucking
that.
funny. Especially because later we used that half track to kill more partisans that showed up. Yeah, those poor wardens, they just don't lock their barges. When they attacked with the Silver Hand, fucking Madman Monsanto ran behind the Silver Hand before they could get back on the barge and locked their barge. They couldn't leave with their tank, they were stuck there.
It was glorious.
And then we wrenched it open, took all the ammo out of the tank, and just the gunner was sitting in there steadfast. He wasn't getting out, so we had to wait for gas grenades to be delivered for us to kill them. So I just sat next to him and had a conversation with him for a while.
Yeah, we had a warden down in the seaport at Longstone that got into one of our ships. I guess it was out of fuel because he was just sitting there. He didn't try to escape or anything. And just sat there for the longest time waiting for someone to come with grenades of any type till finally just, fuck it, I'm gonna go make my own gas grenades and gas them out.
Yeah, sometimes that happens.
He was taunting us from the ship like, haha, can't get me, my ship now.
He probably didn't want to leave because the coastal gun was right there, and if he drove, he'd just explode.
Probably. And he knew as soon as he got out, we'd shoot him as well. The other thing we did with our Amtrex was we helped spot for the 13th when they were still here with their storm cannons to try and find artillery pieces along Handsome Hideaway.
Yeah, it sucks that their fucking storm cannons got destroyed like 3 times.
Did they?
Yeah, so they originally had one, and then someone snuck in with a satchel and blew it up, and then they built 2, and then they also got destroyed, so then they rebuilt 2 more, or something like that. I just know they got like fucking 3 or 5 storm cannons destroyed on them, and then that's when they kind of said, yeah, alright, enough's enough.
Because I think they, before they were destroyed, I believe they were the ones that used it to help us take back Sanctuary when we lost that.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they actually ever did fire the storm cannons, other than the first, like, few days they had them. After that, I think they just kept getting harassed and destroyed.
Well, that explains why we didn't hear any storm cannon rounds go off when we were trying to spot targets. We ended up just saying, fuck this, we're gonna grab some mortars, try and find a rock and just destroy it from there. Which
Yeah.
we found a rock just southwest of Handsome Hideaway. That little rock we set up on mortars, 2 tubes, and destroyed a 150 millimeter.
Man, the other stupid thing is that mortar tubes cost RMATs to make.
It explains why I saw so much ammunition for them, but not enough tubes.
Yeah, what's even funnier is, you know how an RMAT is just a tube? It costs like 25 RMATs, I think, to make a mortar tube. Just take the tube, and then you have a mortar.
It depends. I'd say it depends on the diameter of that tube.
I don't know.
I mean, we could be launching like 22 caliber size mortars at them.
If I can just launch all the mortars, eventually it'll kill something. But
I
no,
mean, we could try the mortars as hand grenades.
could as well, yeah. I wish they gave you that option to do so.
It would be sheer fucking chaos, though.
It would, but isn't that what they actually did back in the day?
There's a few cases in World War II during the island hopping campaign where soldiers had to use mortar rounds to throw at Japanese troops, like bonsaiing at them.
Yeah, it would be nice to have that option.
So, what do you think you and your regiment are going to do in this next war?
Well, right now we're kind of talking because obviously we were stationed in Westgate. Some of the boys, because 13th is gone, they want to take over Westgate Keep and try and rebuild it to what the 13th had done, and some other ones want to play around in like the Middle East area, as they keep referring to it. So we'll see. We'll kind of see what happens.
I'm probably going to join a new regiment or create a new regiment with the guy who planned the gold landings and just try and continue to do more amphibious operations with him.
So the one thing is, to make your own regiment, you have to be, I think it is warrant officer rank 1 or 2, either or.
He's a officer cadet.
Oh yeah, then he's perfectly fine to make it.
Yeah, name was Trickster Blue, or is.
Hopefully he's still around.
Oh, he's still around. He was fighting in Blemish. He was talking to me via Discord when it fell.
Damn, that must have been a scary sight as you're just firing off your gun and nuke falls behind you.
He was trying to fight, but his internet's shitting out on him.
Oh,
So
I
he
know
keeps-
that feeling.
During the second landing up in Gold, I was planning on just being a foot soldier, just a dude that supplied the tanks, the heavy armor. Nothing more. I ended up having to lead that entire operation because his internet was shitting out, and just having him relay orders through Discord to me to the troops.
Nah, that sucks that that happened. Where the fuck is gold?
It went pretty well. We achieved most of our primary objectives. We took out the seaport in Skelter. We blew the bridge to the Conclave and almost took the Conclave out. Blew the bridge over in the Emblem area. What went wrong was, for some reason, the people who took the tanks charged Skelter and lost 2 of them. Then the enemy had a strong counter push and took the bridge near Gold, effectively cutting everyone off from regrouping at the relic base, which we had just built up.
Oh, that sucks.
To make matters worse, apparently a Warden gunboat outmaneuvered our own and took out the landing craft, which still had most of our supplies in it.
Man, that just sucks.
It went better than the first landing, though. mainly due to the fact that anytime a random person spawned in, we told them, okay, fill your inventory, move everything to the encampment, do not go south of the encampment, we will shoot you. It worked. We had a sign and everything.
You were using a fucking forced labor system with the threat of death.
We told them as soon as the ship was unloaded, we'll attack, which was partially true.
Partially true.
Partially true because the ship never got fully unloaded.
Yeah.
We did have something suspicious happen. A no rank spawned in, looked around, looked like he opened his map, and then just logged off.
Who knows these days? It could have been a warden alt or just someone not knowing what the fuck they were doing.
For the most part, the people that organized it, we all kind of suspected it was a warden alt. But not much we can do if that was the case. Up until that point, we had been pretty quiet.
Yeah, nothing really you can do, and I don't feel safe about calling anyone a warden alt on Shard 2 since it could just fairly be new people.
Yeah, that's why we just tried to keep it to ourselves, kind of keep any potential panic from brewing.
Yeah, whenever people claim like, oh, this guy's obviously an alt, I just kind of roll my eyes. I'm like, it's probably just a new person not knowing what to do.
I do the same unless I'm seeing so-and-so's team killed repeatedly or damaged structures repeatedly.
Yeah, even then though, those have logical explanations. With the team kills, that could be arty, because whoever pulls the trigger on the arty, if the round hits too close to allies and it kills them, that pops up for the person shooting. And then for the base building, it could be when they remove bunker pieces. If you destroy your own buildings, it declares that you're a fucking team traitor for some stupid reason.
That is really stupid.
Yeah, so like any of these that you want to remove the door for and get rid of, you'd have to throw a shit ton of grenades at, and each time you do, it would give you a warning saying, hey, you're destroying friendly structures, knock it off. And then
really
if you
stupid
do...
considering you take the time, effort, and resources to build it yourself.
Yep, and if you do too much damage to friendly bases, it'll just weapons restrict you for 20 minutes. And then you can't do anything for 20 minutes.
Except run Logi, I imagine.
Pretty much, yeah. That's why if there's like large builder groups, they always carry an ISG or two with them, because those take out bases faster in less hits, so then it's less likely people get weapon restricted.
Duly noted, in case I ever decide to build an actual functioning base and need to fix something.
Well, that's why people always say to plan out all your blueprints ahead of time, because you can destroy blueprints with impunity.
Yeah, like, say you want to build a bunker, try and connect it using a connector, not a trench. Just dig once, don't like the placement or a connector can't connect, shoot with pistol.
Yep, nice and simple. But yeah, the only thing that sucks is fucking having to destroy pieces of things. It takes fucking forever. And then you have to wait for them to dehusk or keep wasting grenades trying to hurry up and help it dehusk.
How long does that usually take, just naturally?
If no one accidentally goes and touches it, I think it takes maybe 5 to 10 minutes for something to dehusk. May take longer, I'm unsure.
Boy, building sounds fun, especially if you fuck up a lot.
Yeah, exactly. That's why there wasn't too many bases being built during the wars, because it's complicated and it's finicky as fuck.
So what would be better for building on front lines? A bunker base or an encampment with foxholes and whatnot?
It depends how close to the front line you are. If you're close enough that it's going to be probably attacked within like 10-20 minutes, an encampment, that way you can just have some defenses up. But if you're building it a bit behind the front line and you have some time and the front line's stable, a bunker base is always better, because rifle garrisons have slightly longer range, do more damage over time, and are more durable than foxholes.
Alright, good to know.
And then the meta for that is just a bunker base with 6 pieces on it. That way you can just slap, get a rifle garrison, and get that up immediately.
Also, I noticed there's a wall essentially cutting the heartlands almost in half that goes to the west gate.
Oh, the bulwark, yes.
So that's what the bulwark is. I've seen that mentioned a few times.
So that is the wall itself. So the bulwark is that wall that goes across the entire map. It goes from Skirvishire through Drowned Vale, down through Umbral Wildwood, to the Heartlands, and then to Westgate. So it's just a wall across the entire bottom of the map.
It seems it would be pretty easy to defend since it's indestructible.
It
Just
is, but the way they balanced it is there's a bunch of holes every once in a while in the wall. So you need to kind of build some bunker bases in those areas. But back in the day when they first added the bulwark, it basically made it so the Wardens could never push through because they just built bases all in the holes and would just stalemate the game because it was before nukes were added, I think. But then the Wardens found a glitch where you could just kind of glitch tanks through the bulwark and they just phase through the walls.
That seems a bit fucked.
It was.
Understandable in a stalemate, but fucked.
Yeah, it was cursed as fuck. It's like no matter what you do, tanks would just phase through the wall anyway.
Is it still a thing?
No, they patched that out pretty quick. And then I think they did some... I think what they did for like the holes in the wall is they put a bunch of debris on the ground that kind of makes it that you can't build directly around it.
I saw a few of those around where like infantry could get into them, and I noticed on some parts of it people had tried placing barbed wire around it.
Yeah, just anything to kind of slow down. Like in Blemish, there's that one towards like the top right safe house. There's that big hole in the wall. You can actually see it on map. It's like a gap.
I imagine you can get tanks or vehicles through it.
Oh yeah, it is a big hole in the wall.
Kind of like the one over by the roll cage, just west of the breach.
Yeah, I kind of like that as well. Wherever the fuck that is.
Because I noticed that was a big area for partisan activity to get south.
Yeah, that's why whenever there's like a bunch of parties in Blemish, people complain that no one built defenses at the bulwark because they were just able to sneak through.
I went up there when I was building watchtowers, just before we started losing, I'd say, the Westgate area, and just placed a bunch of barbed wire in that area so partisans couldn't walk through. Because I saw a sign there saying, "Don't block, Logi uses this."
Well, the nice thing is barbed wire doesn't stop vehicles.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking at the time. But then they started rolling tanks through there.
Yeah. Well, it's like when we built the defense over at the Holdfast Comp Field, the one way we did to keep the Landons off the beach and away from the comp field is just at the bottom of the hill, the valley to go into. We did a line of barbed wire right before the comp field, and we just told people, yeah, drive your truck so the front half is over the barbed wire and the back half is out the back. And then you can just phase. You can jump in the back seat and go through your truck to get across the barbed wire.
That's actually pretty smart.
Yeah, once you realize that you can kind of do different tricks like that to get past defenses, even if you're a partisan, you can do that to bypass barbed wire fences. It's really nice.
Kind of makes the The Bangalore we have kind of mute.
I don't like that Bangalore. They added it last update, and I just find it kind of redundant.
I've never used it, so I've got no idea.
So basically, to use it, if I recall correctly, you have to be melee, or you have to be, sorry, prone, and then you have to use it. But the barbed wire basically has to be right in front of you. But of course, any barbed wire that exists has defenses around it, so you won't be able to just kill barbed wire.
And you can only use it on barbed wire, yeah?
Yeah, supposedly it also does a decent amount of damage to other buildings, but I never see it used on other buildings. People just use satchels.
Good concept, not greatly executed.
Yeah. Well, especially because wrenches. You can use wrenches to get rid of tank traps and barbed wire anyway. It's cheaper to produce and it's easier to use, and it doesn't matter much if it gets if someone dies with it.
So how likely do you think we're gonna win the Relic War compared to last war?
It depends, because obviously there's been a large group of people that have moved over to Shard 1, your clan 13th, there's been a few others, so we've kind of lost a good chunk of people. But I also think once people hear that Shard 2 is also a Relic War, that's going to bring some people from Shard 1 over to Shard 2, because supposedly I'm hearing that Shard 1, so to build the Relic vehicles, it uses another resource that's called like relic pieces or whatever that are very hard to get, and people are just hoarding those to make their own relic vehicles and not sharing with anyone else. So they'll probably move to Shard 2 to actually experience the vehicles themselves.
I imagine people are gonna hoard those materials until we can get better vehicles out.
Maybe, it depends. Well, as we've seen already, people will just leave tanks parked all over the place. So we may just see relic tanks just free parking.
I hope that's not the case because I remember seeing over in the roll cage area when I was doing those watchtowers, the KGB clan had laid out a lot of heavy hardware just out in the open field. It was locked, but it was all out in the open, right near that entrance.
God, I remember someone shared a picture of it. It was somewhere here in Blemish, but someone had left like 27 tanks all there, and a warden partisan found them. They were all unlocked, stole one, blew up half of them, and then went for a joyride around Blemish in it.
I heard about that, about some fucker riding around in a tank that no one was trying to stop.
Yeah, I was like, okay, why would you leave them in a field unlocked? And then it dawned on me, why the fuck would you leave them in a field unlocked with ammunition inside of them?
Yeah, that seems pretty fucking stupid. Like, there are certain steps to stupidity. Some bastard must have just fallen down all of them.
Yeah, like the first two steps, leaving it in the middle of a field and leaving it unlocked. Okay, I can get those because you don't want people to find them, so you leave them somewhere, and then you don't think anyone's gonna find them, so you don't bother to lock them. But then leaving ammo inside of them, like, what the fuck?
I thought of leaving a few vehicles, like, in hidden places near some rocks or by some trees, but I never did it because I figured, well, they'll be found eventually. Even if I lock them, someone's going to come back with a wrench, unlock them, and take them anyway.
Yep. Well, the only way to really prevent that is if you squad lock vehicles, but then if they take the vehicle to a different region, it'll unlock it. Kitty, no, get off the
Serious?
banister. Yeah, so you need to maintain at least 3 people in a region for the squad lock to stay active. Come here,
Good to
kitty.
know.
Oh my god, you retard. I'll be right back.
Alrighty.
Fucking kitten. My kitty scratched me across my face. She got me at the top of my nose. I'm sad now. Backo.
Alright, I'm just looking at the descriptions of all the upgrades.
Oh yeah, so the other ones don't actually do anything. They're just different cosmetics.
Yeah, I imagine all the garrison stuff do exactly the same, provide one garrison bonus, and all the command do one command bonus.
Yeah, I kind of was hoping that, like, so obviously for toilets you need to have 5 garrison infrastructure. I was hoping then like toilets would provide 3 or something, so then you could change them over and it would just be better. But no, it's just different models.
For the real nitpickers that want to build a fully quote-unquote functional bunker base.
Only issue is you have to commit so many other things before you can get half of the stuff.
Want a kitchen? 15 garrison. Pantry? 15 garrison. Radio station? 10 command. 15 for a map.
Yeah, you want to have a map, that thing that you just have in your inventory? 15. Oh, that can be upgraded to rifle. And then the pipes, we just use that to do the storm cannons. I think that's the only thing it's used for currently.
How the hell do you build an engine room, though?
I'm not sure. Maybe it's concrete building or something that unlocks it. I'm not exactly sure. I just know that it's a large room, so...
I imagine it's a 2x3 room, or maybe a 3x3.
I'm not entirely sure. Maybe it has to be, like, it has to be just plain bunkers upgraded to concrete first.
I'm curious about base building and learning and all that shit, but I am not gonna spend my time trying to get concrete for this thing.
Oh god, no. Well, concrete isn't too hard, because I think it costs 10 components to 1 concrete piece, so it's not extremely hard. Like, the base at Holdfast that we had, we were set up right next to the comp field, so we were just making concrete to hand out to other regiments for their base, since it was so easy for us to make it, but we were never going to get concrete. But also concrete, here's a good thing to note. When you pour a concrete building, it is weaker than T1 while it dries, and it takes 24 in real life hours to dry.
That's good to know, because I heard someone say it takes like 3 in-game days to dry.
Yeah, I don't know why people go by in-game for time comparison.
I don't know. Maybe they think it's easier to do.
Maybe, but a game, I think one morning cycle and one evening cycle are either both half an hour or both an hour each. Something like that.
Well, it's good to know that if any future plans for a base are sketched up, definitely hold off on concrete unless absolutely secure.
Yeah, that's why whenever people start seeing concrete being poured somewhere, it's usually always for a storm cannon, because no one just makes concrete bases usually.
It would have been nice to have some concrete bunkers in Wyowick and Longstone, though.
Yeah, I'm honestly surprised no one built a base in Longstone before it got nuked.
Why, do people usually build one there?
Typically there's always defenses kind of spread around. Regiments will typically like build their headquarters near logi hubs for convenience.
I noticed there were a few defenses around Longstone before it was bombarded by partisans, but it didn't seem like much in numbers, I'd say, like a few scattered here and there.
Yeah.
Compared to the rocket site the 13th was building up over in Zeus's.
Man, that rocket site had so many fucking defenses around it. Mind you, they were all just foxholes and AT guns, but still, there was so much.
By the way, what's more effective, those AT turrets or the entrenched AT turret you can build in one of the bunkers?
The entrenched AT turrets for the bunker, but it takes so long to get to it that it's usually more efficient to spam AT turrets for a while. The main reason why I say that is the AT turrets are kind of shit. Their aggro range makes it where tanks can usually fight them at a distance before they get aggroed. Like, tanks have to get pretty close for the turrets to aggro, unless they shoot the turret, at which then the turret will just immediately turn and fire on them.
Yeah, I noticed that when I went in a Amtrak to help repel one of the landings over at Zeus, I got the attention of two Silverhands. They started shooting me and chasing me all the way up to those defenses, and I had to get real close to those AT turrets to get them to track onto them.
Yeah, so typically what I like to do, especially as infantry, is I'll start to build like a foxhole or something small in front of the AT turret to bait a shot from the tank so it hits the AT turret and then the AT turret starts firing at them.
That's a good tactic.
It's really fucking funny because usually the tank will remain just out of aggro range, but then if they don't notice and they just shoot you, the splash damage will hit the turret, do minimal damage, and the turret will just start firing away, and it makes the tank panic. Now everything's kind of getting quiet in the game. Why do I feel like my game is crashed? It's just not being quiet. Let's put this back in. Because I'll slam the
Another
out.
question.
Yes.
So, are the region zones randomized or are they set for each war?
You mean like where they're placed and such?
Like, if you hover over the regions, like within the hexes, it pops up neutral / enemy, friendly.
Oh, okay, I see what you mean. So at the start of the war, there is a neutral zone that goes across the center of the map. That's kind of it's one or two of the smaller region zones that will stay neutral until someone runs over and claims them.
Alright, but for the most part, all the friendly tiles remain friendly.
Yep. And then occasionally what happens is during some wars, they'll remove the far east and west out of the game. So they'll like disable the Fisherman Rose, the Orebreaker Isles, Godscraft, and Tempest Islands. And they'll disable those servers. So there isn't a far west and far east. I haven't seen them do that in a while though. I like this guy very much. I think I'm gonna cram some commands down his throat. There we go.
In the next war, which side do you think's gonna have more push, east or west?
Typically, I notice. Okay, well, the West, we start with fishermen's. If we get pushed out fishermen's, we just basically hold at Gallows. I'm sure you've been to Gallows before, right?
Been to Gallows, been up to Sanctuary till we almost got back to Hangman's Court, then pushed all the way back to Gallows.
Yeah, so basically, if we lose fishermen's, we can effectively hold them at Gallows because that bridge is just such a cursed fucking area. Over on the east side, though, because it's a lot more island hopping and a shit ton more bridge fights, typically whoever's able to kind of set down routes and bases first is gonna win. Because as soon as they start pushing across bridges and you start the steamroll, it's kind of hard to stop it. Still remember when I was
Kind
in
of
the
makes the
X-Men.
use of the Amtraks that we have, the amphibious APCs, a bit more useful over there, I guess.
Yeah, I find they're more useful over on the east because the west doesn't have that many beach areas. It's a lot more cliffy. Mind you, on the east, there are so many beaches. Like, you can land at one place and immediately go to another. You can just hopscotch across islands. Yeah, probably I think the East is going to be using the most of the Amtraks, or at least they should be. I hope they are. God knows if they actually are.
Well, like you said, you didn't see much use out of them. The
Yeah,
only use I saw was from my regiment, which consists of, before me joining, just 3 dudes.
yeah, so it could just be that in the West, because we don't have that many beaches, so people didn't use them too often. Because I don't think Amtraks can go very far on their own.
They cannot. Their fuel efficiency really sucks. But they're
Yeah,
real fast, apparently. We were able to outrun a lot of gunboats.
yeah, so it looks like they do, like, pretty well kind of also around the center of the map, Fearmore area, because there's a shit ton of beaches around there. Lynn of Mercy, maybe? Actually, no, there's not enough beaches. The Baths area, hell yeah, that area is like all beaches. And then God's Craft would be another area, because God, that would just annihilate there.
I mean, if we ever lost that area, I guess we could, from the Tempest Island, plan kind of a massive amphibious invasion. Just different people landing in different zones.
Yeah, only issue is getting them all coordinated.
You can only herd cats for so long.
Yeah, until they scratch you on the face. If
Yep.
only he knew my face is still bleeding.
Or they just jump straight out of the bag.
Yeah, that too. And then the other issue is keeping all that hush-hush from any ults that may be creeping around.
It's really scummy behavior that they have to use alt accounts to gain intelligence on the other side.
Oh, it's even funnier when people in the Reddit or something post like a map post and people jump on their ass being like, oh, you're giving intelligence to the enemy. And I always respond with, if you guys are gonna bitch about alt accounts that often, why don't you assume they already have the intel? It's like one dude posts a picture of some random ass place on the map and everyone just jumps down his throat being like, you're fucking sharing secrets to the wardens. You're a warden spy.
Lol, XD, look at this one watchtower in bumfuck nowhere. Spy, warden, shoot him, treason.
It's like when whenever what was it? I posted a picture of the tech tree or something. I can't remember what the case was. Oh, it was in one of the videos I made. It was just a tutorial on technology and how it works. And someone had the gall to post in the Reddit where I shared the video going, sharing technology much? You waste it, or the Warrens are gonna know what we're doing now. I'm like, dude, you fucking kidding me? Out of a tutorial video, that's your goddamn takeaway from it?
Hey everyone, here's part of the game. I hope you enjoy it. It's a nice learning experience. Psh, you're trying to teach people, spy.
It was even funnier because it was still at the start of the war. We were only down to like the third or fourth tech in the tree, so it didn't even matter.
I can see the logic and reason they might think behind it, but still, you do have to assume that they already have that intel by shady means.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, well, if 'cause during the start of the war, we had a bunch of warden alts that would just like grab vehicles, fill them with shit, and then drive them into the enemy lines or into the ocean constantly. And I'm like, if someone is willing to do that and then get banned, why don't you assume that they're going to take the 3 seconds prior to that to walk over to the EC, hit E, and hit print screen?
I mean, yeah, if I were to use an old account, although I don't want to pay for this game a second time,
Just wait for a
uh,
sale.
no thanks. I would do that. I would make an old account, get the game, wait for a new war, quickly run over to an EC, screenshot it, and then just never use that account again until the next war.
Yeah, that's the thing, is like these people that use alt accounts to like purposely destroy stuff and make it obvious that they're alt accounts, it's like, why don't you just like play it smart and quiet and you can do shit better?
Do shit longer.
Yeah, without just getting like $20 yoinked from you and then having to make or buy another copy of the game.
I mean, they're giving money to the devs either way, so.
Yeah, but they're probably doing the Steam family share tactic, which they make multiple different Steam accounts and then add them to the family share. And then on that different Steam account, it's technically a new user, even though it's still only one copy of the game. And then when that one gets banned, they kick it off of the family share and then just add another one.
That's real fucking stupid.
Yep, but that's probably one way that you can do it. I should preface, I have no idea if I'm talking out my ass or not, but I think I remember hearing people talk about that's how they did it. I know Danny said
I
when he
never
played
imagined
Gmod,
people
that's
would
how he
try
did
and,
it.
well, try hard and sweat this much over a game like this.
It's hilarious because this game has like two camps. It has the people that like the frontline stuff where it's very hectic, and the people that like the game because it's calm and relaxing as they do Logi in the backlines.
I'm a bit of both in that regard. I spent 2 days as a medic on the front line and just kind of got tired of the chaos and did about 2 to 3 days of Logi in the back.
Yeah, that's the one nice thing is there is nothing stopping you from switching from one to the other.
Yeah, thankfully there's no like roles you have to click and there's a limit, like say, oh, only 60 builders for this region.
Or some
There's
stupid shit like that.
58 out of 60.
Yeah, no, this game is really good. It's also very addicting.
Oh yeah, it's like those tanks I grinded for in the second invasion of gold. Spent 6 fucking hours trying to get the materials to make the refined mats.
Yeah. Well, the one guy that's in our region, Grim, he plays on average about 14 hours a day on this fucking game every day a week. And then he had the gall to say the other day, "Sorry guys, I wish I could play more, but I can't with, I think it was school or something he has." And everyone's just telling him, "Dude, you fucking play too much. Just stop it."
More? You need to do less, good sir.
Yeah, so I started teasing him, saying that he needs to take mandatory time off from the game. He also has an issue where his router will start fucking up and his internet goes out. And I started a joke where it's me hacking into his router to shut off his connection so he takes a break.
Even his technology is telling him to take a break.
Yeah, that's the thing, is whenever he's like, "Oh no, my internet's crapping out," he's like, "We have to use Discord because I can't talk in game," and he's like starting to lag around the world, and he's like, "Oh no, I keep getting kicked," and we're like, "Grim, it's time. Alright, God's telling you to take a fucking break, man. Go to sleep."
Get some water.
Yeah, get some drink. He's like, "No, man, I've only been at this for 13 hours. I still got some more in me."
One more Logi run.
One
One
more
more
look.
grind.
Well, he's the artillery boy, so he's like, "We could do one more round of shells. We could do one more round."
I tried my hand at that artillery stuff. Not a fan.
That's not too bad. You just need a group of people to do it with.
Yeah, you need a group of people that have some understanding of math and can account for stuff like the wind.
Yeah, well, we have it down. Well, Grim has like the actual mathematics. He's our main spotter, and he also knows how to do Pythagoras theorem to spot for the thunderbolts. I don't know how the fuck he manages that. I prefer the 120s, where I only have to worry about seeing where the guns are and where we're shooting. He factors in the wind with, I don't know how the fuck he does it. I do it by feeling. So for firing into the wind, I adjust for like 10 or 15 meters. If we're firing with the wind, drop it by 5 to 10.
When I did my short stunt with RTE, it was mainly mortars and 120s. And anytime I had to account for wind, if I was a spotter, I just played it by eye. Like, okay, so it's flapping that much. Adjust by 5. Let's see where that lands. Okay, we're 2 off. Crank it down another 2. Good. Money shot.
Yeah, that's the good stuff. No, fucking Grim, it was the other day, thank God the war ended, he wanted to go for a world record in Foxhole, and he wanted to set up a 25 Thunderbolt gun line.
Jesus. You think he's gonna try and do that this war?
I don't know. I mean, maybe. Luckily, we won't have Thunderbolts for a while. But we were like, "Grim, we don't even have enough people in the regiment to fucking have that many guns." And he's like, "We'll find randos." He's like, "We're gonna break the record." And then thank God the fucking wardens nuked us. So the war's over and we don't have to worry about trying to hit the world record of 25 Thunderbolts.
I'm just trying to imagine like the coordination you need, like just relaying all the information to the gunners.
So typically how we do it is we're all in one squad chat, but if we have randos working with us that don't want to be in the squad, we designate one person to be the radio man. So no one talks in squad chat unless it's like not time to fire and we're doing other things, reloading or whatever. But Grim will typically call out the coordinates, and then the radio operator will repeat them both in squad and then in local chat for everyone. And then once all the guns are ready, the radio man will sound back that the guns are ready, and then Grim will say, you know, whether 1 volley, 2 volley, how many guns, blah blah blah. And the radio man will repeat that back and then say fire, and then the guns fire. It's nice when it all works together.
And the other artillery I've witnessed from different groups has always just been uncoordinated mismatch and usually quite ineffective.
Yeah, even with randoms, you can get some good stuff going here and there.
Yeah, I crewed a 120 in the gallows to try and stem a wooden push across the bridge, and we did all right enough to hold them back for a while.
Well, that's the one nice thing is with artillery, it's just even if you don't directly kill a shit ton of wardens, it'll just stop them in their tracks because they're scared.
The problem there was, though, we got counter battered by what seemed to be like 150s and as small as 120s, and they were a lot more accurate than we were.
Yeah, sometimes that happens. But also, I think because they're 150s, they don't get affected by wind as often because they're a heavier shell.
That makes sense.
Because I think the storm cannons, they don't have to worry about wind at all because obviously it's hard to account between interfiring regions and then also adjusting for wind.
That's right, the storm cannon is the only one that can fire out of its region, yeah?
Yeah, it's the only one capable of it. So that's why people are also hoping when they add trains, they'll add the giant train artillery cannon piece that will also be able to fire across regions.
The Gustav guns.
Yes. It would be so fucking funny to see.
You do know how well protected those things against partisan activity would have to be.
Well, I know, I can't remember who I was talking to about it, but I made the comment that it would be hilarious if every time it fired, it kicked itself back a region to the end of the railroad tracks. So every time, like, if you needed a quick escape, you just fired off around it, just fucking yeeted out of there.
Just take off the brakes on the train, just yeet it across.
Because in the firing of the Gustav gun, if you look at it, that motherfucker, like, holy shit, it bounces so much.
A lot of force going out real quick.
Yeah, so if it didn't have the brakes, it would just go goddamn flying.
Could you imagine how fast it would go if you dropped the gun to about 180 degrees, just kind of
Oh
horizontal?
god. That would just be like a fucking little miniature rocket.
Modern day battering ram.
Yeah, except turn it around so the train is the one flying towards the enemy, not the bullet.
Exactly.
If they add that to the game, people are definitely gonna use it as a battering ram.
I can also see people trying to spam that thing a lot and congesting the rail lines.
I feel like there'd probably be a region limit for them or something.
That would make sense, like one per region.
Yeah, or maybe only one per faction, or maybe it's like storm cannons and you need to have infrastructure built up before it can support it.
That would make sense. Who knows? They might just make like one train area in the west, one train area in the east, one in the middle, and just have like say one gun for 4 regions or something.
Well, already there are like railroad tracks that exist because if you remember in the Kinstone area, there's those tracks that just kind of stop at the intersection there.
Yeah,
So there are railroads that exist in the world. I don't know if they're gonna carry over because there have also been rumors. I don't know if it's been confirmed or not that the devs are remaking the map to support trains. So we may see a completely different reworked map.
I imagine they would rework it, or at least rework the map visual that we see when we hit M, just so we can see the like the roads where the tracks are.
Yeah, have what would it normally be, like a line with dashes across it, I think is what they do for
Yeah,
rail lines.
I think so. That or just make it like a solid dark line indicating a rail or something.
Yeah, something along those lines. But we'll have to see what the devs decide to do. As far as I know, no one's sure if the trains are going to be coming in the first half or second half of the update. I'm expecting that the first half is going to be the foundations for trains, so probably the reworked map, laying down the train tracks and everything, and the trains themselves will come in the second half of the update.
That makes sense from a lot of different points of views.
Yeah, it also gets
Hello
players
there.
ready to kind of like know where the train tracks are and such.
Kind of hype them up as well. Like, oh, it's happening, guys, it's happening.
They're gonna be here, they're gonna be here. Hi, Odessa, how are you? The other thing that I thought was so funny, because in Blemish there's a couple street trolleys that are knocked over. I said, what happens if they go, yeah, sorry, we couldn't make trains work, but what we do have are gun trolleys that just patrol around different towns, and they just have guns sticking out the side of them, and they act like AI and just shoot any partisans that come in.
That would be hilarious and something I'd honestly expect them to do for like April Fools.
I know, it would be so stupid, and it would be so fucking funny. You're doing fine, that's
What about
good.
for an April Fool's event, instead of the Gustav gun, it's just a bigger version of a trolley?
It's just a giant trolley with just a cannon mounted out the front window.
Cannon, a few machine guns on it that you can put people in and just go around mucking about.
Oh, no, better yet, imagine for a Halloween or April Fool's event, they change the map and it's a giant bumper car arena, but it's all trolleys with cannons on them.
Oh god.
That would be fucking amazing.
I almost want to see that now.
I know, it's so stupid, but I can see it working.
Have they done any other fun events other than the zombie and the mech stuff?
There's the zombie, there's the mech, there's the relic, and then there's also, I think it's called Red River or something, where it's basically the Civil War, where everyone has muskets and there's just normal cannons that people use.
That sounds like fun.
Yeah, apparently, I also heard supposedly that it was basically a beta test for a separate game they want to make that will take place during that time period, and it was basically to see if the engine could handle running things like that or something.
I wouldn't be surprised if they were using this for a test bed for another game. A few games I know do that.
Yeah. Well, like the mechs, they're heavily inspired kind of from Iron Harvest. Like I think all the Warden mechs use kind of like multiple legs and they look kind of spider-like, and the collie ones are all bipedal for the most part, if I remember.
That's kind of what I felt when I found them on the wiki.
So I would love to see it. I'd really like it if maybe they added it where if a war goes on so long that you complete both tech trees, that then it would unlock mechs, which would be like the final thing other than nukes to use to murder fuck people.
What if they added in like, I know the nukes, quote unquote, are based off the V2s. What if they added in like the V1, which is a smaller one that you can reuse, but it doesn't scorch the buildings?
That would be interesting. The only issue there I would see is maybe people spamming them a bit too often.
You'd obviously have to have like a long cooldown for them and make the cost high, but not as high as the V2s.
Although, to counter that, they could simply introduce interceptor missiles or something along those lines.
True.
I'm not sure if standard AA would be able to counter a rocket very well.
If they launched a rocket like on the front lines, like the front lines are getting close enough to one of the launch sites, maybe. But as soon as it got in flight, definitely not.
Yeah, because, and then also with that, you can do it where it doesn't share the location of the spotter and they don't even know until like a missile hits their refinery or whatever. Because as it is, when someone starts to spot for a nuke, they have to stay alive for 10 minutes, and in the top left, it's given their exact position in the world. So every single colonial and warden knows exactly where the spotter is.
Yeah, I noticed that a lot, mainly in Longstone, once the sirens started going off and people were hunting around, just blobs of colonials going after every single blue dot.
Yep, that was the only way they were able to really get them off, is by having a bunch of people wander around in the same area. And then I think the way they got it off was they did a fucking derpy solution, which is you build a bunker piece, you build a trench next to it, you put a door on the bunker piece, put the spotter inside the bunker, destroy the trench so the door doesn't exist anymore, and then they spot. Then you have to destroy the trench or the bunker piece they're inside of, which takes way longer.
That it sounds like hardcore cheese tactics.
Yeah, that's what they did for one of the sites they nuked. I'm not sure if it was Longstone or Baths, but I heard that that's what they did.
I think that was Longstone.
Fucking wardens. They kept trying to nuke Longstone, they couldn't do it, so they had to use cheese.
I also heard they like using like blocking off the spotter with tanks just surrounding them in it.
Yep, just walls of tanks. That was one of the most annoying things, is whenever we tried to go up there to spot, we were always in like teams of 6 or something, just on foot. And then as we're traveling to another region, a random Warren tank that somehow knew we were there would just drive by and just blow us up, and that would be mission over. There was a coordination between RMC 80th and one of the other regiments. They were going to do a large insertion with tanks to try and get a nuke off on Viper's Pit, but they just weren't able to because the defenses were too tough and they couldn't scrounge up enough manpower or something.
I know the WF attempted a landing over in the Weathered Expanse, just north of Spirit Watch and south of White Walk. I think their goal was to try and nuke one of the places in there or take out that launch site.
Yeah, I know originally when we started to think the Warrens had nukes, we were talking about destroying the launch sites, but once we did enough scouting to be like, yeah, that's not going to be possible, it was a rush to try and get our nukes out the door first, and sadly none of them landed.
Did we have any built, or were they just empty sites?
Oh, all our
launch
nukes
sites?
were built. All 3 of them were ready. All 3 of them, multiple times a day, were trying to be launched, but just the spotters were being killed off almost instantly.
Because I know the only reason we were planning all those landings up in Gold was because apparently High Command was thinking of nuking Sculptor, and Blue really wanted to take that place before it was nuked.
Yeah, because there's a lot of back and forth. Originally, everyone was dead set on nuking Viper Pit, Kirk now, because that's like their main Logi hub. It's their blemish, even though Brodytown would be their blemish, but it's not. Then they tried to hit Brodytown and Region Trail, but they couldn't do that. Then last I heard from the nukes, the plan, I think, was to go hit Skelter. But, they weren't able to get them off in time.
It also seemed, at least from my point of view as a foot soldier, a lowly staff sergeant foot soldier, it seemed like High Command really didn't communicate a lot with troops that were like outside their own regiments.
Yeah, that's the one issue. Right now, High Command wants to introduce some type of council thing where so many people are voted as representatives from either specific regions in game or from other regiments, and then those people will talk amongst themselves and pass down plans and such. And I don't know, I think we should just have a bit of every regiment in the Discord. As is, there's only like, I think, 7, 10 kind of semi-small to large ones in there.
Yeah, because if they wanted to nuke Skelter, we had a pretty good foothold for a while up there where they could have nuked it.
Yeah, because I remember seeing you guys, and I was surprised how long you were holding out. I thought the Warrens were just going to immediately counterattack that area.
We did a lot of planning and consideration in the second launch, and it was going oh so well until out of nowhere the Wardens started appearing in mass. Like after the bridge was blown in the emblem area,
Oh, yeah.
I was moving down in a captured warden scout car to see how the push on the main city was going, and next thing I knew, when I got to the crossroads just south of Neptune's Throne and north of Mountain Masir, on that western road, that little T intersection. As soon as I got there, looked around, and we were just surrounded by wardens on all fronts. We tried to make our way back up to that bridge to get into gold, and there was a 68mm gun and a tank destroyer and 3 squads of wardens trying to push across.
Yeah, and when things like that happen, it's either like a Reggie just got on, or maybe alt accounts alerted or some shit.
Well, at that point, we kind of all agreed or decided that, yeah, that suspicious guy, probably an alt account that alerted them.
Mind you, they could have also just noticed on their own if anyone went by the area that had the bridge, because usually once a bridge gets down, people shout about it in region.
I noticed that, but we took those bridges down fast, and within 2 minutes of deading those bridges, it was just like kicking a hornet's nest.
Yeah, well, the Warrens don't like when you touch their bridges.
It seems like it. But after we lost the island on Skeletor, we just kind of reformed to try and defend gold and continue at least some logistical income, so we can maybe hold that, build up a bigger force, and push through with blunt action. But that didn't end up working because the logistical route we would take takes about 20 to 30 minutes to get up there, undetected and unmolested.
Yeah.
Plus, by that time, the Warden gunboats were out patrolling.
Yeah, the Warrens typically only let you get away with things once or twice, and then they plan for it.
I mean, they had a bunker base just north of that relic base that, for some reason, no one wanted to take out, and that was kind of part of the downfall, because they started spawning in there and cutting us off from the relic base and our encampment. By the way, do you think they're going to add anything bigger than the gunboat for ships?
I really hope so. One thing I would like to see is a small PT boat that just has a driver and like a gunner, and the gunner is just like a machine gun. I think that would be nice.
Like dual 50s in the front?
Yeah, something like that. Just something small that could patrol coastlines and deal with barges.
Yeah, I'd prefer to see that, like patrolling the waters in a gunboat with dual 50s and a howitzer on the back.
Yeah, because I think we only have one gunboat option. The Wardens have two, I believe.
Yeah, they've got one with machine guns on the front or two howitzers on it.
Yeah. So, kind of sucks that we only have one option and the Wardens get two. I don't know why we can't also have the secondary one, and why that's just Wardens.
I mean, our amphibious APCs have a gun on them and theirs don't. So I think it might be part of the balancing thing.
True, but then again, APCs typically aren't used as often as they should.
They really aren't, and those amphibious APCs, especially the one with the gun on it, are really fucking tanky.
Yeah, that's the thing, is APCs are surprisingly tanky. Like, they can take so much fucking punishment.
Yeah, like when I dragged those tanks into the AT turrets at Zeus's demise, they hit me about 4 to 5 times. I only got dropped down to 72%.
That's why usually you just see people use them to ram people into the enemy lines, because they can't do anything to stop this APC. And then the APC just backs it up. On the other hand, the other thing that I find isn't utilized nearly enough is the armored cars.
It seemed like the wardens, and when I first joined, which was, I want to say, about halfway through, they seemed to be utilizing them with great effect against us. And the only thing I saw coming out of our factories were the Spada tanks,
Yeah.
and an occasional mortar half track.
I don't know why people go gaga over the mortar half-track tank. I don't like it. I find it kind of shit. It's better just to use an actual mortar tube.
I can see the applications for its use. However, in the times I've seen it used, it has been. I would have preferred a tank and someone with a mortar tube instead. Not even a tank, just an armored car.
Or even just a normal half-track with an MG on it.
Then again, I saw those being used a lot poorer than the mortar variant.
Yeah, I guess it depends really on who's using them.
The one time I did see an armored car being used effectively was in Kingstone, where the enemy had a tank destroyer and a light tank. They were trying to push up the hill. Somehow, these mad lads got this anti-tank variant of the armored car behind them and started laying into that tank destroyer and almost got it.
Yeah, see, that's the thing is, I don't know what it is, but people think like the armored car is like the equivalent of a tank because it has armored in its name. During the start of the war, I was seeing people just drive armored cars like full speed into the enemy lines and then being mad when they died.
I don't think they get the concept of, yeah, it's armored, but it's armored against like small arm, small caliber, not a fucking like 72 millimeter gun.
Or even fucking sticky grenades, like that'll still take you out.
I mean, if tanks don't want to get near a sticky grenade, why are you taking an armored car near them?
Like, I've been a very adamant defender of the armored car for a couple wars now, because I think people are just kind of improperly using them. Because we only use them at the start of the war and then they get phased out. But I've always said we should use them more for anti-partisan work, I think.
I mean, they're fast, they're well armed,
They're pretty cheap.
cheap as well, yeah. They make great anti partisan weapons.
The only issue is the counter that everyone says is that the Icarus RPG Jeep is the better anti-partisan vehicle, but I never see it used as an anti-partisan vehicle. Usually people get Odysseys and then just roll around in those.
I've seen a few of those AT Jeeps. They've all been parked and never utilized.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They, like people just they're like, "Oh, we really need this," and that gets parked somewhere and never used.
I've seen them. I've seen the wardens use them more than I've seen our own colonials use them.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if the Warrens get them or if it's just they keep stealing them from us. I'm not sure.
They get a jeep with an MG on it. From what I
Right.
know, they don't get an RPG variant, so they
Right,
just
yeah.
steal ours.
I once saw some Wardens, they had a nice convoy going. It was the RPG Jeeps and their MG cars, and it was just liquidating everything in its way.
If people learn how to use the armored cars, I think we could have at least turned a few battles around into our favor instead of wasting the asset, the time, and materials.
Yeah, well, also because the armored car, one's an anti infantry, the other one's an anti tank, pair them together and they can do quite a bit of good work. Like, if you send like 7 of them against a tank column that's approaching, the MG ones focus on the infantry, they take hits from the tanks, the anti tank ones get behind the tanks and they can detrack them and do work on them. And in the day, even if they all get wiped out, only kill 1 or 2 tanks, the cost to value ratio would be better.
Plus, even if they don't completely destroy the tanks, they've at least damaged them, and that's taking them out of the fight for a while they have to repair or rearm.
Yeah, and then the other thing that I've always been thinking about is people always claim they don't have enough crew for tanks, and I just say, why don't you just use an armored car or a tankette then? Like, armored cars only require 2 people, the driver and the gunner. At least for the MG one, I don't know about the anti-tank one.
It's only two, as I recall seeing.
Yeah, and same with the 30 mil tankette. You only need 2 people. So then you can effectively crew more vehicles for less people than you can get an entire armored column of Falchions or Spartas. Spartas?
Speaking of tankettes, the tank we have with the two 12.7 guns,
Oh, the Scorpion?
yeah, I've seen way too many of those, especially going to the West Keep or Gatekeep area, charging into Keystone. I've seen too many of those rush in and try and fight tanks.
That's the thing. I don't know why people keep bringing those into like tank heavy areas.
Oh, it's a tank. I'm gonna go fight me a tank. Wait, why do I only have machine guns?
Like, I was part of a tank column in a Scorpion on the right machine gun that was moving up, and we came across some Warden tanks, and I'm like, back it up, we can't fight them. And they're like, no, we're a tank, we can take them on. I'm like, we have fucking machine guns, we can't do shit. I fired over like 600 rounds into the tank, and it didn't do shit. And then we got hit twice, and the driver and the other gunner just fucking got out and ran away, and I'm still there in my seat just blowing through ammo. May as well use it.
That's another thing. People just abandoning tanks at like
Oh
no
god,
hope
they do that so
scenarios.
fucking often. Time to take a drink.
If you're gonna be a tankman and go into the front lines, you stay in your tank until you die, or your tank dies with you.
The other thing is, well, they back up like 5 feet and then jump out to repair. It's so
Oh, it's
often.
okay. We're farther away from the bullets. They won't hit us. Gets killed.
Yeah, and then you see like the driver fucking explode and the tank's coming and you're still like half damaged and you're just like, well, I guess I'm dead now.
Everything's fine.
This is fine. Maybe if we don't move, they'll think we're dead.
As long as we don't move, they won't notice us. Oh shit, they noticed us.
And that's another thing as well is the amount of times where a tank will just sit there and not do anything, and it's like, all right, either push forward or fall back, please, and they just sit there and like block the area.
That happened a lot in Kingstone, where we had a few tanks just sitting there behind our defensive line, letting the infantry push up, and they're all like, "Oh, don't fire at the infantry," when they've got like 40 plus rounds.
Oh, that's another thing is the tankers that fill their tanks with like 40 to 60 rounds of ammo. Why the fuck would you do that? My maximum is 30 rounds.
I mean, 40 rounds, I'd say is enough, especially if you want to engage infantry targets with the main gun and still have some for the tank.
Yeah, but for me, I do 30 the maximum because I expect I'm gonna get at least 15 shots off before I die.
That's understandable.
That way, even if I do use up all the ammo, great, I can still backpedal and get out of there. But if I die early on, only getting like 5 shots off, it's not as much wasted.
I can see the logic behind it, but also as an infantryman, having tanks there doing nothing, not supporting you in any way or helping, pretty infuriating.
Yep. Well, I remember when we had the 30 mil tankettes, we had just researched them and we were pushing down into Kinstone. I think there was 3 of us in them, uh, and we had to rotate in and out who would go back for repairs and also to refuel. So 2 people in tankettes would be pushing, and then the third one would pull back to the base to go rearm and refuel, and then come back, and the next person would go. That way, we always had at least 2 tanks on the front helping to assist the infantry.
Yeah, that's a good system. Instead, what I saw was, okay, we're out of ammo, we're gonna go back and rearm. Then the next thing's like, oh, we're out of fuel, or we need repairs, we're gonna go back. And then the infantry's left alone.
Yeah, it's even funnier when like an entire armored column shows up and everyone goes yay, and then either 2 things happen and they get wiped out damn near instantly, or within about 10 minutes they all just pull back.
It's disappointing that I've seen that too many times happen in Kingston and the Gallows. Like when we were
Especially.
getting pushed from the northeast across the bridge in the landings, we got armor support. They stuck around for maybe 3, 4 minutes, tried fighting the tanks in the northeast, and then just ran,
Yeah. The most
leaving
infuriating
us.
thing is the people that kept bringing the tanks down to the bridge fight at Gallows.
The amount of people bringing like trucks and whatnot, like up to the storage area, or just past it before the bridge and just leaving him there while we're being actively shelled or wardens are pushing. My God, I wanted to shoot them myself.
I don't know why people kept dumping stuff at that storage depot. It literally doesn't help to be in there.
They wouldn't dump it in the storage; they'd park it like in the side or just leave it in the road. And next thing you knew, like a minute, 2 minutes later, the wardens were already pushed up to the refinery and they're taking all of our trucks and moving them across the bridge that they just repaired.
Yep. Oh, the other annoying thing was I remember when me and my Reggie they were flooding across the bridge and we used our 150s to knock out the bridge. We destroyed it. We stopped their push for the moment, and then everyone on our side of the bridge, I don't know, forgot what happened over the last 30 seconds, and they were just going, "We need to repair the bridge. We can charge them now. We can fucking push them back." And we're all like, "No, don't do that. They have armored support. We don't."
That's one of the bigger downfalls I noticed across where I was fighting. It happened in Gold, it happened at the Gallows, and it happened down in Kingston. It was just people wanting to go on the offensive when in no strategic or tactically sound mind where we could sanely attack. Like if we were to attack, we'd be wiped out and the enemy would push farther in.
Well, it would always be like they want to keep trying to push across these kill zones, basically. And it's like, no, it's perfectly reasonable just to sit and defend. There's no reason not to.
Yeah, we had several good positions in the Gallo just set up for defense, and then this one dumbass corporal like, "Come on, man, you want to live forever? Charge!" And then everyone would follow him across the bridge. Didn't matter if it was destroyed or not. They'd jump across, get slaughtered on the other side, and oh, here comes the wardens marching up. And what's this? Our defenses are unmanned. I wonder why.
The one thing I loved, because obviously I played the game for a while, so I know when people shout that some place is going to fall, that usually it never falls. I remember for 3 days in a row, people kept screaming that Gallows was going to fall, and I just kept responding, it literally won't, you're fine. And then on the fourth day, they were being attacked from the east and the bridge, and people are going like, Gallows can hold, we can do it, we can push it back. I'm like, no, this is it for Gallows, it will actually fall now.
Yeah, I know. The first fight I got into was up at Tomb of the First, and we held that for quite a while. Uh, but it became untenable because there was only two, maybe three people at most, and we were just getting steamrolled across the bridge. The bunker base had been shelled out of existence, and we were spawning at the relic. And I put in a message in Intel. Well, Tombs has fallen, and immediately was responded with, "No, it's fine."
Yeah, there are some areas where it was like Fearmore. People kept screaming like every day, every hour that Fearmore was gonna fall, and when it was actually gonna fall, just no one really gave a shit at that point.
Yeah, I noticed that.
It was so funny because I can't remember who it was that said like I've been yelling that Fearmore is gonna fall for this entire week, and everyone went, "Yeah, that's why we ignored you because you've been saying for a week that it's gonna fall, and it took a week for it to fall."
Like, if the enemy is right on top of the base, then I think that's the appropriate time to cry out, "Fall." But if, like, say in the Gallows, the Wardens have pushed up to the refinery, yeah, it's a pain in the ass to get them out of that area, especially the high ground. But the Gallows still hasn't fell yet.
Yeah, it's like whenever they got onto the refinery and stockpile, people would just scream, "Oh, this is it, Gallows is gonna fall," and I'm like, no, just get a single Scorpion tank over there and you can melt them. It's all just infantry. But then they get Scorpion tank over there, and then they'd floor it and try and get the Scorpion across the bridge for some reason, and then die.
Yep. The amount of people that didn't know where they were getting shot from when the Wardens jumped onto the refinery or the storage was astonishing as well. Like, where am I getting shot from? I'm in cover.
The
And
first
no
time
one
it got me
noticed.
good, because I didn't realize you could get up there.
Oh, same. But after like the second time of getting shot at, I saw where those shots were coming from, and I was like, okay, fuck this. I'm getting grenades, and I was the only one that ever tried to go up there and clear it. At
Yeah.
least from the last war.
Well, I know that towards the late, like after the Warrens did that once or twice, people just had like a stockpile of gas grenades, and as soon as they got up there, they would all be gassed. I remember going on the cliff side and just seeing like 20 backpacks on top of that storage area.
It got to the point where that salvage mine is now. There was an oil refinery. We had built an encampment there, and we were just trying to keep it alive long enough during the shelling to get AI so we can just stop them from coming up that way. And it worked for a while until people stopped repairing it during the shellings.
Yeah, that's the one issue is when the Warden Arty started to go online and actually start pummeling the area. It's so hard to try and get any guns in that area because there's no room to work on the cliff faces.
Yeah, I personally tried to build an encampment back up there after it was knocked out and try and get it to tier 2 so it'd be at least somewhat more resilient to the RT, but I just couldn't get it up to a small garrison in time.
Yeah, it always happens like that. It's always like just at the end where it's just about to get, that's when it gets destroyed.
Yep. It was either the artillery or the partisans landing at the on the beach at Holdfast coming up through the rear.
Yeah, those fuckers. God. What was hilarious was the base we built at Holdfast, or rather, I built it from the ground up, but not my Reggie owned. We were like, yeah, we're just gonna build this to only defend the beach and the comp mine. And then, like 2 days later, it became the frontline bunker base for a while. And it was not built for that, but it held for, I think, at least 6 hours or something.
Yeah, I know. After the gallows fell, uh, I retreated to Holdfast and just kind of looked over the defenses and thought, yeah, no, this is gonna. This was before we decided to defend the beach. I just thought, yeah, no, this is gonna crumble. There's no point defending this area. We should just fall back to Kingstone, build a heavier defense line there, and hold.
Yeah, the
Uh,
only issue there is if you pull back too far too fast and no one's there to slow the Warrens down, you don't have enough time to build.
it that's true, but no one wanted to build any defenses. It seemed.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, just people. I don't know if like they're intimidated by building because of the stigma around it, which is fair because a lot of people just scream about building all the time, or if it's just they didn't want to.
The few defenses I did see get built up were usually like right at the front, right as the wardens were trying to push. So a lot of blueprints just getting shot and destroyed.
Yeah, I remember. I think it was on the coast or something. I was building a foxhole, and some wardens ran up and were trying to kill me. I was just hiding behind my blueprint, hammering away at it, and I was able to uh, finish my foxhole and climb into it before they killed it. So then the foxhole just liquidated both of them.
That happened to me up at the Gallows when I was trying to build that encampment. I had just finished building a foxhole at the entrance to the high ground off the road as wardens were trying to come up. So I just jumped in with my dusk and just started laying them out. Stacked a good 30 like backpacks in that little area.
Oh
They tried
god.
gassing me, but I had filters.
It's always so funny because it always feels like whenever you have a filter, they never throw gas at you, but the second you don't have a filter, every gas grenade gets thrown.
They also tried throwing the HE grenades at me, but I had built it in such a way that they didn't have an angle to hit it until they came into my line of fire.
And then you just mow them down.
As soon as I saw a guy with an ice cream cone, it's like, okay, nope, spray, dead.
Man, back when me and my boys were doing arty around Kinstone, there was a couple times where Warden Partisans snuck up on our arty battery, and I was like, okay, I'll just build some foxholes here for defense. And it was like, right as I finished building a line of foxholes, I turned around to walk back to the gun line, and all of them started firing off, and we walk over, and there was like 3 backpacks. That is the most satisfying feeling in the world.
I imagine.
It's like, oh, it's a good thing I just got these done. Fuck you, Wardens.
Perfect timing.
There's a couple times like that where we were stationed somewhere. Apparently, the one time I had gotten off already, but we were shelling the Wardens so hard that apparently Grim was saying they sent 3 fucking tanks to come find our gun line and destroy it.
That's amazing.
That's how you know you're harassing the Wardens good enough.
I know we had some issues down in Wyowick where we had partisans come and try and attack our little garage, our fenced in area where we were housing our APCs when we were off. They
Oh, yeah.
almost broke through a few times. And we're like, okay, why are they doing this? Like, what reason do they have? And we kind of came to a conclusion, well, we've been harassing them for so long lately that we probably pissed them off.
Yeah, sometimes that happens.
They got a few of our APCs though, like they destroyed the fence and nicked some, but we were able to rebuild and refortify, put some more foxholes and rifle garrisons around.
Yeah, that's the thing is like building. It isn't rewarding to build something. Only when you see what your buildings have accomplished afterwards.
Well, I imagine to the people who in the 13th built that structure up in the keep, I
Oh,
imagine every time they saw it being used or resupplied, they felt pretty happy.
yeah, fucking Fortress Black Cat. That was invincible.
It was a
Um,
bit of a clusterfuck to drive through, but it was amazing.
oh yeah, that was. It was always like so stocked with vehicles and people. It was so hard to move around there sometimes.
I swear to God, there was at one point someone trying to do a fucking battle bus and just clogging the roads for so long up there.
I remember those fucking battle buses.
Someone's parked in the battle bus spot. Can you please move your tank?
Apparently, one of my boys, his name is Bill. He had a battle bus in that
I'm
area.
familiar with him.
Yeah, he
He
slammed it into an enemy tank, and everyone jumped out and fucking grenaded it.
he also ran a battle bus system from Longstone to Zeus's Demise when that was being invaded. And I gotta say, that is the shortest life expectancy I ever had. It was like 5 seconds from boarding to getting flung off. It was good fun though.
Yeah, that's the nice thing. I remember the biggest hilarious part of Battle Bus I've ever seen is it was during the Winter War update. We were in the Westgate area. We were holding Sanctuary. We had lost Hangmans. We were being pushed out. We were setting up last ditch defenses at Sanctuary, and the Wardens were just coming into the region, and then the entirety of Fisherman's Row server went down. All the Wardens there that were there got disconnected, so we mopped up the ones near Sanctuary, and people were getting ready to go across and go retake Hangman's Court and Fisherman's Row. And I just remember a dude rocking up to the town hall in a battle bus, and his name was Jesus. And he goes, "Everyone get on the battle bus, we're going to war." And everyone's just going, "Thank you, Jesus," and seeing them fucking floor it. It was so
Jesus
fucking
Take
funny.
the Wheel has a new meaning.
Yeah, he's gonna take the wheel and take you right to hell.
Oh, that must have been glorious.
It was so fucking funny, especially because we never saw them again. We never saw the bus come back, and we never saw any of the people that boarded the bus. We don't know what happened to them.
You never saw them for the rest of the war?
I never saw any of them that I recognized in that area again, and I never saw Jesus again. I don't even know if he was real.
I've seen Jesus like around on the battlefield a few times. I can vaguely remember, but it was always like one-offs. Like he'd be charging in somewhere and then disappear, or just running in a direction and just gone.
It would be so fucking funny if Jesus is just a developer and he has God mode on and he just fucks around doing things and then just randomly teleports himself somewhere else.
That'd be fucked but hilarious.
It just when you said that, yo, I've seen Jesus a few times on the battlefield. That makes me think of like a soldier that found God while he was in World War II. He's like, I saw Jesus a couple times.
He'd appear and then fuck right off, leaving us dry.
He left us. Jesus abandoned us.
This is why I'm atheist. It would be amazing to see a conga line of battle buses just try and like blockade run the Warden's front line somewhere.
Yeah, because I'm not sure how tanky the buses are.
They are not very tanky.
No, but can you imagine if you just have like a wall of them just fucking floor it into the enemy? Everyone inside has gas masks, gas filters, and just shit tons of gas grenades. Everyone jumps out and just starts flooding trench lines with gas.
If I was the opposing force that had to deal with that, I would just say, no, fuck this. I'm going to the back lines. I'm not dealing with this.
Fuck these
This
battle
is
buses.
this is fucked. I don't want to deal with this. Imagine if that tactic actually worked and we got it all the way into Brody Town.
With how stupid this game is occasionally, it probably would work.
Have a few casualties at the front line, but then disappear into the back line. Keep them guessing from which route you're taking. Just appear in their home region like, hey, fuckers, party time.
Everyone jumps out with satchels and just destroys the entire town.
Arrives in bus, uses satchel, leaves, does not elaborate.
Miss Frizzle, what kind of field trip was that?
Field trip to Detroit.
No, topical.
Honestly, anytime I got on Bill's bus, it always felt like Miss Frizzle was trying to take us to Detroit.
Most likely.
He had someone in shotgun just blasting the Magic School Bus theme as well every time we went into battle.
God damn it, of course. That's fucking perfect.
It was that or some Sabaton song. They tried changing it up a few times.
Try and mix it up to see if it gives better luck.
Yeah, I think he's gone through, last I remembered, like 9 buses.
That's
We
fucking
kept joking
insane.
with him. Kept joking with him like, hey, bus number 20 now?
Man, okay. I would love it if they introduced the double-decker buses. That would be so stupid.
Oh god, you could shoot from the top of
Yeah,
it.
that's what I was thinking. The top you could shoot out of.
You could hold the exact amount of people in the regular bus, but an additional set on top that could shoot from the top.
But if you turn too fast, it'll fall over.
Ooh, spill on aisle 3.
Just imagine that. Just they whip it around in the warden lines and just makes it fall over and block trench lines and shit. Everyone jumps out and filters across.
That would be a horrible tactic to utilize because a lot of people would get gunned down, but it would also be hilarious to see.
It
and
would-
probably terrifying to fight against.
I would say all the wardens would be stunned because they just see this big double-decker bus fall over and they'd be like, is that supposed to happen? Drinky time.
What the fuck is going on?
Yeah, you gotta love this game with the random bullshit that happens.
I haven't played it for long, but I already love it.
They'll become even better with time as they keep adding more bullshit.
Also, what's the deal with Polite Man from
Uh,
the first?
I have no idea who that is. I can't say I know him.
Anytime I've seen him on, he's always trying to recruit people for like random causes, for like tank positions or like partisan activity, and he's always using caps or begging for support.
Huh. I wonder if he's, maybe from Shard 1 that also is trying to recruit people? I don't know. I can't say I've noticed when he does it in chat, mainly because I don't pay attention to chat too often.
I only pay attention because I'm trying to see if there's partisan activity in the region I'm doing Logi in.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Because I know there have been a couple people that came in and they're like, hey, come join Shard 1, the real war, and everyone just told them basically to go fuck off.
I saw that.
It's so funny, especially because they were doing that like the day before Shard 1 lost their war. The second after it was announced that Shard 1 lost, everyone was laughing their asses off.
How is the community in Shard 1 anyway? I've
Good.
heard it's rather toxic slash tryhard.
A tad bit, but obviously it's people that are more invested in the community and they put much more time into it. So they know a lot of people in game and they know a lot of the other clans on the Warden side. So it's a lot of certain clans facing off against certain clans that have their own renown. And they have, basically, they have to uphold their status inside of the community so they're not turned into a laughing stock or anything. Kind of like Siege. Other than that, occasionally you see people do shit like clans will claim scrap fields or comp fields as their own and they'll kill anyone else that shows up or comes by it. I haven't seen that too much. I've seen it happen on occasion. It's not usually too bad if you're solo by yourself doing stuff, but occasionally you'll run into some toxic assholes here and there. But same as here on Shard 2.
Yeah, I was grinding in the Shackled Chasm at that comp field when some people in the chat were talking about people claiming stuff and someone getting booted out of their scrapyard. I thought, oh, well, I'm near a concrete bunker base, and this compound field has a lot of components in it. I'm the only one here. I better grind this fast.
Yeah, well, that's like so the comp field that we had, the one we were defending on the beach at Holdfast. We had put defenses up all around it and everything. The second that respawned, there was always like one Reggie that would immediately filter over with 3 harvesters and just strip it clean within 5 minutes. So we made sure that if we wanted any comps for anything, that we'd have a truck parked somewhere nearby to quickly grab some with a sledgehammer beforehand.
Yeah, you figured since we're all fighting the same enemy essentially, we really wouldn't go so barbaric with the resources.
Yeah, well, people are very touchy with anything that uses RMATs for the most part. So like tanks, armored cars, tankettes, shit like that. People are very touchy. They don't want no ranks or low ranks to use them because they're afraid they're gonna waste them.
Yeah, I'm part of that mindset as well. Like if I see a private building a tank, I just immediately think, okay, resources lost. I hope he has fun though.
But typically, if I see that, I'll be like, "Hey, do you need someone to like crew it with you or something?" That way, there's at least someone experienced in the vehicle. And then other times they'll just respond with, "No, I'm just building this for the front line," and then someone else can take it. I see that happen a lot. Is people building tanks in the garage not to use, but to either put in parking or bring to the front line.
You know, I think from what you said earlier, having a just a set number of things in the stockpile ready to go at any given moment is a good idea. So we don't have issues like leaving tanks unlocked at the front.
Yeah. The only issue with that is, some people they don't want to, because the only way you can private tanks to your own regiment is if you grab them straight from the MPF factory, which come in crate of 3s, and then submit to the regiment stockpile. As soon as you crack that crate open, it goes to public. So typically, clans and reggies will have like 7 dozen crates of tanks that all have 3 each in them, because that's the only way they can private enough tanks to actually
Oh,
use.
so that's how you do that then.
Yeah, it's the dumbest fucking way possible. It makes it so if a clan wants to reserve 1 tank, they are forced to reserve 3 tanks.
I'll have to keep that in mind because we were really worried on that second landing of people trying to steal our tanks and where to safely put them without someone trying to wrench them and take them. since we couldn't store them in the seaport in our regiment stockpile.
Yeah, the only way to store them in Reggie is if they come fresh from the MPF. If they've already been taken out of the stockpile, you can only put them back in public.
I'll definitely have to keep that in mind if we ever do plan any operations that require armor or anything, but aren't needed for a while.
Yeah, like we had, I think it was some Thunderbolts in our reserve stockpile to use, and then we would adopt any other Thunderbolts that we found abandoned throughout the world. But those ones had to be set to private, or public rather, and were usually taken by the next day by randos or other clans.
So if you build a crate of tanks in the MPF, can you just use a truck to take them out, put them in the truck, and then put them in stockpile, or do you have to have like a flatbed with a shipping container?
No, so you just need to use a flatbed. Uh, when you have the fucking when you like click on the check mark for to accept the crate, it'll throw it in the loading zone, and then you just pick it up and put it straight on the flatbed, and then you carry it over to storage depot.
All right, so you don't need to bring a shipping container with you then.
No, only if you are doing like weapons, wrenches, stuff like that. Then you can just shove it straight into the shipping container.
All right, definitely good to know because I still am quite fuzzy on the entire flatbed truck usage in the containers.
Yeah, typically I don't usually ever use shipping containers because I find it's unless you're doing like a giant resupply, it's more efficient just to have two or three people just use trucks than because you have to put everything in the shipping container. That takes time. Then you have to bring it to where the bunker base is. Then you need a crane to unload it. Then you need to painstakingly pull each item out of the shipping container one by one, then submit it into the base.
So it seems just using a truck is still more efficient than wasting time with a flatbed.
Yeah, unless you're moving an industrial amount of supplies, which, unless you're like a giant Reggie, you won't be doing that too often.
All right, definitely good to know because my time in Logi in the Blemish area, just so many flatbeds blocking a lot of paths.
Yeah, because I've seen some people, they bring like a cargo container up to the front line and it only has like 5 crates in it, and I'm like, why? You could just use a truck and get it here faster.
The other use I've seen is people take them out to the fields and fill them up with resources and then take them back.
Yeah, that is typically fine because the resource containers hold 5,000 resources. So a field will typically only take anywhere between 2 and 3 to 4 and 5 resource containers to strip. I don't know if that's true. I'm talking out my ass. I can't remember occasionally how many salvage a field will have. I think usually like 20,000. I don't know. And then the other thing you can do with flatbeds is you can load, I believe it is armored cars because they're small enough, tankettes definitely, and then any type of field machine gun, field AT, or field arty, and thunderbolts, and the anti-tank cannons onto the flatbed and transport them.
The tankettes are like the Scorpion, the machine gun one, and the light tank that uses 30 mil. Yeah.
So the Scorpion doesn't count as a tankette. It uses the ballista hull as its basis.
Uh,
But the open top MG tankette and the 30 mil can both be brought on flatbeds.
okay, that's good to know. Alright, well, thanks for answering my questions, mate. Didn't mean to hold you here forever.
No, it's nice just chit-chatting, talking with people. Also, it's always good to help people learn. That way, you know, you in turn can then share that information with someone else and it branches out.
Yeah, compared to a few people I've met who are a bit hard-headed when it comes to releasing information.
Well, that's when you get a stick and trim like a piñata.
Yeah. But I think I'm going to log off here and grab some food.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna head off and get some food as well. It is dinner time.
Oh, it's only lunchtime.
Oh, different time zones.
Another good thing about the game, don't have to be on it all the time because someone in a different time zone can just cover for you.
Yeah. Well, there is like a definite like dead zone, I think. I
Oh,
think
yeah.
it's like 4 to 6 in the morning for like Eastern Standard, which comes out to I think around midnight or something. For like Oceania time zone or something.
For Pacific.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's about a 3-hour difference.
So usually like in that time zone is when it gets like really quiet typically.
I've noticed it kind of get real quiet around 2 or so, like Pacific time,
Yeah.
like AM.
Yeah, around there is because I think that's kind of when both time zones people are still kind of off doing things at that moment.
It's, it's at least from what I've seen the time where we get pushed back a lot by wardens.
Yeah, but not much you can do there. No one can play for 24 hours.
Very true, unless they're on some type of drugs.
Yeah, even then we probably shouldn't be letting them play that much.
Oh, we should have the Call of Duty kids come over here and play a bit.
Oh god, no, because then they'd be screaming that they can't 360 no scope with a sniper.
I mean, they could do a lot of stuff still, considering all the Adderall they seem to take.
Yeah, but then they'd piss away everything, and our Logi would have to work triple overtime when they come back.
That's very true.
There'd be no shirts anywhere.
They might be effective, quote unquote, effective infantrymen, but the drain.
Yeah, the drain on resources. Man, the one fucking meme that people, old players keep telling new players just to fuck with them and get other players mad at them is they would tell new players, yeah, to respawn you need to have a shirt in your inventory, so make sure to always take a shirt with you.
I heard that I've played this before for 4 hours a year or two ago. It just uninstalled it. Poor PC. Got a new one now though. And I remember hearing that, and I thought that was actually true.
Yeah, I know.
For a
People
while.
who say that are fucking dicks. It would be so funny though, because as soon as someone said it, like 6 people would jump on them and say, no, no, do not do that.
That actually explains something bizarre that happened. I forget where, but someone was yelling at someone else, "Why the hell does this guy have a shirt on him?" "Oh, I got it from a warden." Because apparently a warden had gone into battle with a single shirt on him.
That poor warden, he was lied to.
I mean, good for us. Gave us a shirt.
Yeah, free shirt for us, but then that warden was probably bitched at by his team when he kept pulling out more shirts.
Oh, probably. Thanks again for the information and helping me dig the few trenches or bunkers.
Yeah, of course. It's always good. It's also relaxing.
Oh, yeah, compared to the chaos of the front.
Yeah, that shit show that's going up there.
Alright, I'll talk to you later. Best of luck in the next war, if I don't see you.
Oh, we're most likely cross paths here and there. Or at least you'll see me in World Chat, most likely.
Oh, probably. I'm probably going to stick to the Western part of the map again.
Yeah, my boys are debating. I think they've voted we're gonna go center of the map this time or something. I have to check the vote.
I'm mainly going to try and stay on the west, but I might jump around, try and see more of the map before committing myself to a certain region.
Yeah, it's always good to do so and just see what the terrain is like.
Yeah.
Yes, you have a good afternoon.
And you have a lovely dinner.
Yes, thank you. Let's see, and he's about, there we go, he's gone. He's gone. I think that's where I'll kind of end the stream for tonight. That's a nice place. I meant to end it like 2 hours ago, but he was a nice lad to talk to. I like talking to people. So, you know, I have dinner next to me that's been sitting next to me for an hour and a half now. So I'm gonna go eat my pizza. But with that being said, thank you all for coming by, enjoying the talk, just enjoying relaxing, talking to Rex there. But whether it be because your time zone, good night or good morning, or good evening, remember to eat, sleep, and drink and get some rest. Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye, goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye.